Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Sweep the League 2020 NFL Draft Show. That's right, we are about to get things kicked off here. It's going to be a long one, but it should be a good one. And now I'm going to kick it over to your host for this evening, Rudy Campos Jr. and Coach Gio.
And like we were on just a few minutes ago, 2020 NFL Draft is here. This is the Sweep the League 2020 NFL Draft Show. Welcome, everybody. I am your co-host, Rudy Campos Jr., joined alongside, as always, with my co-host for a very long time already, Coach Gio. Gio, we were both saying how excited we were about tonight's draft. It's a brilliant draft, man. It's an amazing draft. You're going to have quarterback galore, wide receiver galore. This is a year, even if you need an offensive tackle, you go get an offensive tackle. So many potential Pro Bowlers and all pros in this draft. It's not even funny. How are you feeling on this draft? In case those that didn't catch you on the preview show, remind them, how do you feel about this draft?
Rudy, finally the day we've been waiting for. COVID-19 has literally taken over our lives the past several weeks or months, or how long it's been, because it feels like it's been around for several months. But finally, football, an inkling of football, and I really hope that football doesn't get canceled. I don't think it will, but finally the draft is here. This is where dreams can come true. This is where champions are built right here through the draft, right? So it's exciting to be here, and I think we're going to have a hell of a 4 hours.
I haven't seen any movement just yet, but word has been coming out that you're looking at Detroit possibly trading down anyone from Atlanta to, I can't remember the other teams, but Atlanta was definitely wanting to move up to get probably Jeff Okudah. You've got the Giants, who Colby Mack is going to be covering the Giants for us tonight when they pick at 4. And who knows, they may end up trading down here. And Colby kind of was talking about we may see some trades at the top of this draft after Cincinnati. So anything is possible. And also, last I heard was Arizona wanted to move down too. They're willing to move down as well. So what do you think? Are we going to see something coming up here in this draft before we actually get started?
I don't think we will, Rudy, but surprise, surprise. You never know how the NFL draft's going to kind of start. I don't think there'll be any trades. You would think there would already be a trade, Rudy, right? I mean, though you're never quite sure what's going to happen. Teams will get excited. Though I definitely believe there will be some trades going on probably in the next 30 minutes. But right now, I think the teams are staying put.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of talk right now about these trades happening. A lot of talk. And I think we're going to see one big trade happen tonight. If I had to give my personal opinion, I want to say it's the Giants. It makes a little bit sense for the Giants because they're going to probably get an offensive tackle. You can get a quality offensive tackle later in the first round. Mekhi Becton, Andrew Thomas. I mean, hell, even Ezra Cleveland from Boise State. I mean, you've got so many guys that are going to be able to help you out when it comes to offensive tackle. So drafting one at number 4 may not be ideal. So we're going to have to see what happens. I think if anybody moves, it's going to be the Giants. I'm also wondering about the Cardinals. Seeing this about the Cardinals possibly trading down, what do you think they might be thinking, actually?
Well, Rudy, the Cardinals, their team right now is hot. I mean, they just got DeAndre Hopkins. They traded David Johnson. This is a team that they probably want a little bit more capital, Rudy. So why not? I think this is a team that has glaring weaknesses on the offensive line and also on defense as well. You could trade that pick, and, hey, you might be able to get something pretty decent. So the Cardinals are probably looking to definitely improve on other areas as well.
Well, yeah, and what's the other teams that you see happening? I mean, not happening, but give me one team you see that can make a huge move in this draft by potentially drafting like the right player.
Rudy, I mean, there's a ton of those players, but I'm interested to see DeAndre Swift. And I know what you're going to say. Gio, he went to Georgia. You love that team. So I think Swift in the right place. This guy could be something special. You know, he did have 1,200 yards at Georgia, only 7 touchdowns. That offense is really abysmal at certain times of the year. But I think Swift has the opportunity here with the right team. If he goes around the late teens and maybe early 20s,
yeah,
I've heard Atlanta could be a possibility, Rudy. Though I think they'll probably go defense.
No, they got to go defense. I wouldn't mind them taking a running back, and I think I mentioned on one of our previous shows from the past weeks that DeAndre would be a perfect fit for the Atlanta Falcons because they do need a running back. They traded, to me, in my opinion, they traded the best running back that they had in Tevin Coleman, or they gave him away basically San Francisco. I mean, Devontae Freeman, forget him. I would like them to get a running back, but you got second-round talent like Jonathan Taylor, J.K. Dobbins still there. So I wouldn't be sad if they took DeAndre Swift early, but they do need to go defense.
It's interesting, right? Jacksonville, right, potentially might be moving on from Leonard Fournette, right? They move on from him. Yeah. Potentially you could see maybe Swift at that 20 spot. Obviously, you don't see the Raiders. The Dolphins could be another team at 18, Rudy. The Dolphins need a running back. I mean, they don't have any running backs last time I checked, right, Rudy? So you get Swift in there. You get a young quarterback normally in that early first round. So Swift could be, to me, a home run threat. I know a lot of people are saying it's a running back. What are you thinking? You could draft that guy in the 4th, 5th round. But I really, really love Swift. I don't think we saw the beginning of him at Georgia. I think there's still a lot more ball.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, it's funny because, like I was mentioning, you still got even a guy like I love this running back out of Utah, Zach Moss. Yeah. I mean, he's so underrated, and yet you're still talking about him going possibly, I think, 3rd, 4th round. So, I mean, if you can get a talent like Zach Moss in that position, you know, that late, I love it. I mean, I definitely do love it. So, yeah, every position is going to be loaded this year. Cornerback position. The one position I do see a little bit falling to safety. So if you want to grab a top safety, you probably got 2, Grant Delpit and also Xavier McKinney is the 2 that I come up.
And also, Rudy, another running back, J.K. Dobbins. You know, he had 2,000 yards at Ohio State, Rudy. I know he's 5'9", he's a little short, but someone as productive he was, that's another running back that you can get. There's so much talent, Rudy, in this draft that you can really hit some home runs down the stretch in these early second, mid-thirds. There's some really good players, man.
Yeah, there's home runs all over this draft. I mean, I like I said, it's exciting tonight. This is a great night for a draft. We've got players galore. It's going to be fun. We are, you know, we're definitely blessed, I say, with this kind of draft tonight. Everything that we've needed, you know, we needed to have something good to happen for everyone in sports, and the NFL draft is definitely something good that's happened. And also, you know, we always need something good to happen here in Sweep the League Tandem because we are joined by none other, and it's for her for a little while because she's going to come back on the show later tonight to do one of our picks for us. It's going to be Miss Carolina Teague.
Hey, what's up, you guys?
Carolina, welcome to the draft show. This is your first appearance on our draft show, so welcome. I'm blessed and thankful to have you on our show.
I'm really, really excited that you guys invited me, and I'm also I'm nervous. You guys really know your stuff, so I know that I'm under a lot of pressure today.
Oh no, it's not that bad. We've done shows together before, and you know we're nice guys.
Rudy gets his information from Wikipedia, so it might be a little off on Wikipedia, but overall he does pretty well.
Hey Carolina, so basically tonight's draft we've been talking, and we're saying to everybody how this draft is loaded. This draft is, I mean, it's a supreme type draft. You're going to have all pros. You're going to have all, you know, pro bowlers. We've even said there's probably going to be 4 or 5 Hall of Famers coming out of this draft. It's that big of a draft for us. Who are you excited to see on the field next year?
Who am I excited to see on the field next year? I am really excited to see Joe Burrow or Tua. I'm excited to see how they both perform. I mean, those are the standard picks, but I I just am excited to see if Joe Burrow is going to live up to the expectations that he set, and I want to see if Tua is also going to live up to the expectation that the media sets for him as well. I feel like they both have a lot of expectations in regards to where they end up and what team they take charge of. So it's going to be really exciting to see where it happens with those teams.
Yeah,
those players, not those teams.
Yeah, no, those two guys are definitely two to look at, but. We know you're the Queen Bear. You're everything Chicago Bears. They don't have a first round pick right now. Mm-hmm. If they did have a first round pick, which one of these guys would you love to see them take?
Out of both of those two?
Sure, give us one of those two right there.
I mean, I like the underdog, so I'm going to go with Tua. He does have injury issues, but I feel like he also is more he's really good with accuracy, and I feel like a lot of the Chicago Bears quarterbacks' issues in the past have been accuracy when it comes to their throws. So yeah. I would like to see somebody like Tua, and I also I just like his vibe and the element he brings to the table. So I would have loved to have seen, them get a quarterback like Tua, but obviously that's not feasible with, what they actually need at the moment.
Yeah, true. And I mean, Tua is very high on Gio's list right now. Like very high.
Tua, baby. Tua. Whoa. I didn't say he was the best. I just really believe what I saw the past few years at Alabama. If he doesn't get hurt, right? Tua is fighting for that number one pick. I mean, He probably would have had 2 national championships. So Tua, to me, his intangibles, his leadership, his vibe, I'm just getting a good thing. And this is the way I felt when the Chiefs drafted Patrick Mahomes. So, and look how that turned out, Rudy. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I think it worked out okay for the Chiefs. I'm still a little skeptical if it's going to work out for the future, but I guess a Super Bowl helps, right, with Patrick Mahomes being in Kansas City. But hey, Caroline, before we let you go, let me ask you one more question here. We're going to bring you back on for the Packers pick late in the draft. Uh-huh. I know you're a Bears fan. I know, and without the Bears here, I've got already a guy covering the Vikings, and nobody wants to touch the Lions. So we're bringing you on for the Packers here. Mm-hmm. Packers, who do you think they take at that position?
Right now, I mean, it's up in the air. What I think is going to be interesting is that the Packers are thinking about being aggressive in this particular draft. They have the 30 pick, but there's rumors swirling around that they're going to trade up to number 20. And if they do trade up to number 20, there's rumors that they could be obtaining a wide receiver because that's what they need to build their offense at the moment. But the only issue that I see with that is I feel like the wide receiver class is already so deep with the NFL that I do not see the Green Bay Packers trading up just to get a wide receiver. If it's so deep, I think they should maintain that 30 spot. And if they do move up to 20, they should definitely get an offensive tackle or a linebacker.
Yeah, I definitely agree with they're probably going to go wide receiver. I think Justin Jefferson, Rudy, from LSU, I think he's probably the obvious choice. Mm-hmm. He should be around there. He had over 1,500 yards, 18 touchdowns. So if they got a chance to get Justin Jefferson, team him up with Devontae Adams, Rudy, I think that's a pretty good tandem there.
And that is what people are saying. Like the experts are saying that the Packers are going to get Justin Jefferson. So I mean, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we will see. If they do stand pat, I've got them taking either T. Higgins or Jalen Reagor out of TCU, which, again, it's a wide receiver. I think that's exactly what they need. But, hey, I mean, if they do trade up, then anything's possible. Like Caroline said, in this draft, anything is possible. I've heard so many people wanting to trade up, so many people wanting to trade down. What's going on? We have no idea. But, hey, Carolina, thank you for joining us here for a little bit on Sweep the League, the draft show. We will see you later tonight when the Packers are getting ready to pick. So, thank you again for joining us. We will have her back on, guys. Don't worry.
I'll be back.
Well, thank you, Caroline. We will see you later on.
Bye.
Yeah, so definitely, this show is already hyped up, in my opinion. Let me get to some comments here. We've got Steven, is it Modfield, if I'm writing, says, Sup, Gio. So there's somebody there, one of Gio's big fans there.
What's up?
Jason Garcia, will the Bears draft a kicker or a WB? I'm thinking he wants to say wide receiver, but we will see. The Bears don't have a pick in the first round, but they could draft anybody. QB, I don't know. The Bears may surprise people and get a QB in the second round. I mean, you're going to have Eason, Fromm. I mean, you still got some people to choose for.
You do.
Draft picks are in. So apparently, we're going to see the picks coming in. Obviously, we're not going to be. The draft is just open, so we are going to see the picks. We might be a little behind. This is the problem with streaming. You know, everything is a little behind and so. So bear with us. We will get the picks in as soon as you may see it before us. But, yeah, we will definitely get them in. We'll give you all the insight we've got. Also, real quick, before we get to any more draft picks or any more draft details, we have some giveaways tonight. We here in San Antonio, Texas, Burger Boy, who is the unofficial sponsor of this podcast, basically unofficial, because they're not a sponsor, but I do go enough to where I say I am proud to keep the lights on at Burger Boy. So I'm saying tonight we are giving away two $10 gift cards. What is it, Gio? You want a Burger Boy gift card?
I haven't seen any money from them. If they're sponsoring our stuff.
No, they don't need to give us any money. They don't need to give us any money at
Where's
all.
The money?
Colby Mack is our Sweep the League Giants insider. He's going to be joining us for the Giants pick. He's in the chat right now. Yo, what up? And the legend is in the house. The legend that is Colby Mack. Colby told me definitely will be with us for the Giants pick. And also we have Moises Nunez. Hey, what's up, Gio? Gio, you got your fans in here. That's awesome.
How you doing, man?
Thank you all. Thank you all for joining us. Definitely thank you for joining us on a big night, huge night. Let's see here. So we're going to go with Cincinnati, obviously, is on the clock. They should take Joe Burrow. There's probably not going to be any surprise. I wouldn't doubt if they've already gave Burrow his, $50 million a year or whatever, because Joe Exotic is the answer in Cincinnati. Let's take a look at after Cincinnati, because after that we've got Washington. There was some talk that Miami wanted to get up to as high as number 2 in this draft. Why would they want to get to the number 2? I really don't know. I mean, they can get Herbert exactly where they're going, at number 5, or if they say, okay, we want 2, they can get 2 at 5 too. Washington's not taking a quarterback. You have Dwayne Haskins. The Lions have Matthew Stafford. I don't see them looking quarterback till maybe next year already, because next year, say the Lions are not good again this season, you have Trevor Lawrence coming out next year. So you have that possibility. Then you go with 4, Danny Dimes, the greatest quarterback to come out of that draft class, which is my opinion. The greatest quarterback to come out of that draft class, Danny Dimes, is in New York. That leaves Miami at 5. So you don't have to trade up for a QB. Nobody's going to take a QB, after Cincinnati. So apparently, Brandon Culpepper's coming in here. Brandon, thank you for joining us. Burrow already confirmed. We pretty much have felt the same way. Joe Burrow is definitely going to be probably the guy going to Cincinnati. Jason wants to know, I'm going to throw this to you, Gio. Jason wants to know, who has a better hairdo, Donald Trump or Mel Kiper? I think Mel Kiper's is slick.
I'm going with the president because it's a little wild. You're never quite sure what it's going to look like. I'm going to go with the president of the United States of America, Donald Trump.
Amen. Oh, well, we're disagreeing on that already. We're disagreeing on that. So from what I'm seeing on my stream, like I said, this is a live stream. We are covering the 2020 NFL Draft. I am Rudy Campos Jr., joined alongside Coach Gio. We have a lot of guests on the docket tonight. We did have Carolina Teague from She Knows Best on with us a little while ago. She will be back later on in the draft to cover the Green Bay Packers pick, arch nemesis Green Bay Packers pick. I don't know why we did that to her, but
yeah, I'm kind of wondering, Rudy, why do we give her the Packers pick?
But before I forget, I was talking about Burger Boy. We are giving away 2 Burger Boy gift cards, $10 each. We're going to actually be playing a commercial or a spot ad for them. So when you see that spot ad come up, all you got to do is comment I love
Again,
Burger
Rudy,
Boy.
I
Now,
wanna
give me a second. You have to comment. I love Burger Boy. At the end of the night, we will go back through the comments and we will be able to get everyone's comment who did comment. I love Burger Boy. Give you a chance to win a $10 gift card to Burger Boy here in San Antonio, Texas. If by chance you don't live in San Antonio, obviously you can't get to the greatness that is Burger Boy. We will get you something else in replacement of that Burger Boy gift card. But we also have other stuff to give away as well. Gio, what are you salivating at the mouth about when I mentioned Burger Boy? I mean, you love the place.
No, because you seem to be sponsoring them every second you get. I want to get some of that money. If they're sponsoring,
well, brother, we will work on that as soon as we can. Tonight is draft night, so we'll work on that as fast as we can. So, also we've got Jonas Clark is actually in here. He's actually watching on Twitch. Jonas Clark is going to be with us later in the evening. He's going to be our Browns insider. Yes, there are Browns fans out there. Jonas Clark is the biggest one that I know. Jonas says biggest reason for Miami to trade up in this case, the Lions or New York trade down. Makes perfect sense. The Lions in Detroit and New York do want to trade down. But again, you're going to pay not Joe Burrow, but either Tua or Herbert. You're going to pay him less if you draft him at 5 rather than drafting him in the 2 spot. I mean, that does make sense. So do you want to save money or do you want to just ensure that you get that player at that position? So it's kind of hard to say, it's tough, man. Jason Garcia says Burger Boy needs to open up on the south side. I hope they open up all over the place. They take over the country, this great country of ours. So as of right now, we looks like we're getting close to that first pick. I'm surprised that we are actually taking this long for the first
that's
pick.
what I'm a little worried, Rudy, because this show might be 5 hours.
Yeah, I know. If we're going to take this long for these couple of picks right here,
and Facebook cuts it off at 4 hours, so we might have to redo this.
Actually, I think it's 8 hours now. So
what?
we can play this game for 8 hours, not like last year where we were able to play it for 4. So definitely we can play for 8 hours here. Jason Garcia is a Seahawks fan. They actually are drafting later today. We have to see what's going on here with the Seahawks, but we'll get to them later today.
Yeah,
we are still
I don't
waiting.
have much love for the Seahawks.
Yeah, well, we kind of know why. I mean, same division now. But, give us some insight a little bit more. As far as Joe Burrow goes for Cincinnati, they have A.J. Green. What else in this draft do you think they need to address? I mean, obviously, offensive tackle is another one, which they can get.
Offensive line, they need extreme help. There were a few games I saw last season. They were pretty bad, and they also need help at linebacker as well. They're abysmal on defense. Rudy, they need a little bit of everything, a little bit of seasoning on every position. But quarterback, offensive line is a must, and then that defensive side of the football, because their defense was basically Swiss cheese. I mean, they had holes everywhere. So
yeah, they need a lot. I think Joe's gonna make a difference this year for Cincinnati, but don't expect them to make leaps and bounds this year. They still got a whole bunch to get in. So, like we said, we're anticipating Joe being the number 1 pick, Joe Exotic himself, going back home to Ohio. I mean, it's kind of set up the stage for him to be the man. What happens, do you think, to Andy Dalton? Does he go back up or does he just get outright released?
Well, Rudy, a few things could happen. A potential trade in this draft. So maybe the Patriots, maybe they're out there saying, you know what? Bengals draft Joe Burrow. The Patriots might slip right on there and get him in a trade. He could be released, though. I'm assuming a trade, Rudy, because he's a veteran guy. He probably has some pride. And just do him a solid and trade him somewhere else. Not in your damn division, of course.
No.
Trade him somewhere else. Let him finish.
No. That, I mean, you're talking Andy Dalton. You actually made a good point. I mean, could he go to Chicago? I mean, it is possible.
Well, I mean, didn't they just pay Nick Foles?
They did pay Nick Foles. So the pick is in. Obviously, we've got some notification that the pick is in. Cincinnati does go Joe Burrow, quarterback,
Congratulations,
LSU.
Joe.
So, Joe, welcome back home to Ohio, going back to Cincinnati. Washington Redskins will be on the clock now. But, hey, what about Joe Exotic? What about Joe Exotic? Is is on your mind?
Rudy,
We've got Joe Burrow. We're looking at 6'3". I mean, 221 pounds. Look at the numbers. The numbers are GOAT, the greatest of all time. I mean, these numbers that Joe put up are the greatest of all time, in my opinion. Brett Favre said he had one of the greatest seasons ever for a college player. You're talking a guy who has, I mean, mind-boggling quarterback IQ. I mean, the only time I see Joe Burrow get rattled is when he's on the run. And even at that, it's not that bad. But he does get rattled when he's on the run. He doesn't set his feet right when he throws the ball. That's one of his downfalls. I'm thinking that you have the best quarterback in the draft right here, Joe Burrow. Is he going to be the absolute best quarterback to come out of the draft? I save that for a later day. But my pick, I love the pick. I'm happy for Cincinnati on this pick. What do you got on Joe? Since you are the Mel Kiper of Sweep the League, what do you have on Joe?
Joe Burrow's the truth. Now, you already know how I feel about Tua. If he was healthy, it would be a big battle. But Joe Burrow is pretty case closed. 60 touchdowns already, 5,600 yards, 76% of his passes was completed last year, Rudy. And it was one of those magical seasons. I mean, in and out, throwing around. As an SEC fan and as a team who I love, Georgia Bulldogs, could not stop this guy. He's the truth, and he was just deadly from everywhere. The only concern, though, Rudy, as well, he only did this for 1 year, Rudy. Just 1 year. So there's some slight concerns. Can he continue that production? Well, he's not going to continue that production because 60 touchdowns as a rookie is pretty insane. Though I think it's a really good pick, Rudy. He can move outside the pocket. I mean, he's a complete package.
Exactly. We'll get to some of.
And he also has elite accuracy,
right
playmaking talent.
Yeah, accuracy is not a problem for Joe. I mean, not at all. That's one of his strengths that he's got. Being accurate, he's mobile. He is mobile in the pocket. We're not denying that. He is mobile. I feel that when he's more mobile, he is rattled some. He's going to underthrow players. He's actually, if you go back with some of his tape, when he is moving around the pocket and he has to exit the pocket, his throws are usually low. They're probably around the knee level for his receivers, which it can be catchable. It's tough for the receiver, but you put him in an awkward position. Accuracy, as far as him being in the pocket, great. I mean, you talk a comparison to, from what I've understood, is someone like Tony Romo.
Yeah, Rudy, he's the truth. And this franchise has been dismal. This is the guy you're going to take the keys to your franchise, and you hope to ride it with him. But they better draft some freaking offensive linemen because you don't want to get this guy killed.
Yeah, definitely. And we already have word that the Redskins pick is in. So we will see here. I mean, we're talking Chase Young is who I've got. I'm sure you've got Chase Young. Would you see any surprise on this pick at all, or is Riverboat Ron going to go straight up Chase Young with this pick?
Well, Rudy is a defensive player, and Ron Rivera is a defensive-minded coach, gets his guy, Rudy, explosive pass rusher. I mean, Rudy, his stats, 16 sacks, so you know he can rush the passer. Tackles for loss, 21 last season, and he's just the typical edge rusher, and they're going to be able to move this guy around. Some concerns, he didn't have sacks in the last 3 games of the season, but who cares? He's a man's man. He's going to come on in. This defense needs to bolster their defensive line, and that's exactly what they're going to do with Chase Young. And, Rudy, they got their guy.
Yeah, they do. I mean, I feel that the pick is in. We haven't really got the pick in. We're assuming that it is going to be Chase Young for this pick. Honestly, man, I don't see them going anywhere else. Chase Young is definitely that pick. Like I said before, you're talking about a player who is similar to Aaron Donald, similar to Khalil Mack, defensive changer, defensive anchor, 16 sacks. I mean, you go out and you get a player like this. I know earlier, was it today or yesterday, Colby, when we had on the show, said that he felt that Chase Young would drop to the Giants.
He was praying. That's what he was doing. He had a prayer and it didn't work. Bro.
I think he's actually still praying right now. But knowing that the pick is in, we need to see, man, because I'm kind of nervous.
Jason just said that ESPN talks so much. They sure do.
They do.
Just put the damn pick in, man.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? They got to pay the bills, man. They got to get those commercial dollars.
That is true because most of these guys haven't worked.
Yeah. If the NFL was, happy or wanted to change, they could give us a call here at Sweep the League. We just, straight up, this is the pick. This is the pick. This is the pick. This is the pick. I don't need no damn commercial dollars.
Hey, just pay us and we'll be good to go, NFL.
I'll take season tickets. And yeah, Kobe's right. This draft is going to go on for hours. Hey, Kobe, last year we were on this draft show for 4 hours. It was pretty long, man.
Dude, I was sweating under my armpits. I was sweating pretty high. I had to put more deodorant on. That's how long it was. So
it was definitely a tough thing last year. Luckily this year we have a lot of help this year, so it's actually making it go by a little bit better. We enjoy when they go to commercials because we get a little break right there, but we don't get the full commercial like ESPN does or anybody like that. So still waiting on this pick. As from what I understand, we've got Chase Young. I'm thinking it's going to be that pick right here. Also,
yeah, probably Chase Young. I mean,
we've got Detroit coming up. This is where we see the potential of a trade.
Well, Rudy, listen, why trade when you can get a quarterback at Tua?
No. This is where we could see Atlanta jumping to 3 to take Okudah.
But
I mean, Atlanta doesn't have much. I mean, they have garbage that is Matt Ryan, but you can trade up, get an Okudah, obviously. I mean, if they really want him, they can go get him. They really can. And I think they have enough pieces and enough draft pieces to make it happen. I would love for them to see it happen. Will it happen? I don't think so. I mean, you're talking about Atlanta drafting at, I believe it's 16. So you've got CJ Henderson still there. That's probably still going to be there. I mean, you've got players there that they're not Okudah, but they are going to be able to help your defense right away.
To me, if I'm the Lions, I guess Trevor Lawrence next season, but Tua's sitting right there. And you don't have to start Tua this year. He could sit behind Matthew Stafford, Rudy, and just let Stafford take the whole year because Stafford really?
The pick is in, and it's final for sure. It is done deal. Chase Young will be a Redskin, drafted number 2, defensive end out of Ohio State. Like we said earlier, one of the most explosive players in this draft, probably the most explosive player in this draft. Chase Young, Ohio State, 16 sacks. You're getting, you're getting an Aaron Donald, Khalil Mack type player. Yeah. I mean, the guy stands at what, 6'4"?
6'4", Rudy, and has a pretty good wingspan as well. I mean, he's going to cause havoc on the defensive side. 27 sacks in 2 seasons, as well as 35 tackles for loss, 8 fumbles in 25 games. He's a guy they're going to be able to plug and play right away. He should be able to start. That defense needs a little bit more life. Played a little bit better last season, but Ron Rivera, as you know, Rudy, he's a defensive-minded coach, defensive first. And, hey, man, Chase Young's going to be able to play right away. So I love the pick. I mean, of course I would have went with Tua, but, hey, Chase Young.
And that's why you are not in the NFL because of stuff like that.
Oh, no.
No, I mean, yes, you are getting everything you can out of Chase Young. The guy is quick. The guy is going to be a difference maker. Riverboat Ron is used to guys like this. Are we talking guys like Luke Kuechly, Julius Peppers? I mean, he knows defense, and Chase Young is going to be the anchor for him on the defensive side for sure. So let's see if we can get some highlights here of Chase Young in. And, like we said, man, Chase Young is the real deal. I mean, the kid – now this is my concern for the kid. Everybody has him pegged as the best athlete in this draft. I have the same thing. He has the best athlete in the draft, in my opinion. But where I feel is the concerning part is, can he handle double teams when he's trying to rush? I have yet to see it. I know he had some problems last year with it, but at the NFL level, these guys are not collegiate guys. Will he be able to handle double team, or will it frustrate him? Because it frustrates guys like Aaron Donald, who you know very well.
Whoa. Listen, Aaron Donald, Rudy, this guy gets triple teamed as well.
Exactly.
Aaron Donald is one of the highest rated double teams in the league. He still gets it done. Now, I don't think he has quite maybe the foot speed as Aaron Donald. I mean, Aaron Donald is very quick, very good with his hands. So to me, Chase Young, it's simple, right? Improve on your hand speed, improve on your footwork, understand the game. And he's going to be able to do that his first year because there's going to be a whole lot of opportunities to learn because, as you know, Rudy, the NFL will humble you. And it will humble you very, very well. And he's going to have those humbling moments throughout his rookie year. But if he can take that, improve on what he's done in college, to me, I think he's going to be able to be okay. The defensive scheme of Carolina is going to be interesting what side they put him on, left or right. So I don't think it really matters. I think he's going to be able to be productive, but he's going to have to improve. Just don't think that your athletic ability is going to take you. Improve. Trust me. I watch Aaron Donald, Rudy, how he trains. Mm-hmm. This guy is in artwork. So he'll be all right.
Yeah, he'll be good. And as of right now, we are showing that the pick is in for Detroit. We are expecting Jeff Okudah here to be Detroit's pick. Again, going back to Chase Young real quick, what hit me is that his explosiveness. Remember the explosiveness of one Lawrence Taylor from the Giants?
Yes. How can I forget those highlights, Rudy?
Where would you measure Chase compared to Lawrence Taylor? I mean, and also real quick,
I think
Edward Granado's in here. It's going to be tough for my Cowboys going against Chase Young. I think Chase will, but remember, Edward, they have one of the best offensive lines.
It's also going to be tough. Didn't Jerry kick everyone out of the draft room? It's only going to be him.
Pretty much, I believe. Yeah.
So
Jerry's drafting alone. So.
Jerry's drafted alone. Listen, you don't leave a guy alone like that. That's a bad idea. A very bad idea.
Honestly, man, it's just I'm thinking Jerry's probably going to draft Johnny Manziel tonight. I just have.
Or Jerry might get a little friendly with himself, Rudy, if you know what I mean.
Probably. We're not going to go there. So the pick is in. Jeff Okudah, cornerback, Ohio State. Probably, in my opinion, it's hard to say, man. It's definitely one of the quicker players in this draft. Definitely one of the most versatile players in this draft.
Yeah, Brady, he's explosive. Very explosive.
We were talking about him being, one of the guys that can be put like all over the field. Not only him, but you're talking about a guy like Isaiah Simmons that we'll get to later. Jeff Okudah, this guy, what I could say about him, his speed is unreal. There was a few times this past season where a receiver would get a jump on him. You figured, oh God, this is going to be a touchdown. No way. Okudah was able to recover right off the bat. His speed is, dare I say, cheetah-like. I mean, if you want to go animal-wise, I mean, corner-wise, he's a type of corner that is going to disrupt you. Think of guys like, Darrelle Revis with Revis Island. He's going to make it tough for receivers to have good days. So that's where I feel that this is a great pick for the Lions. You just lost Darius Slay. You got rid of Darius Slay. You need to replace him somewhere. Jeff Okudah is the best replacement for the Detroit Lions. Gio, I need to see maybe what I've basically said about Jeff Okudah. Is it something that you agree with, or do you see something more that I'm not looking at?
Well, Rudy, I would have loved to see him with Darius Slay, though. I mean, you got Slay and Okudah. I mean, that to me would have been a very good secondary. But Darius Slay obviously had problems with that team, and we found out that he had a big issue with Matt Patricia, which I actually think Matt Patricia should have been fired. But we're not talking about that right now. But Jeff Okudah, a very, very good athlete, quick feet, terrific speed, Rudy, man-to-man corner in this league. And Rudy, you know what? He was an All-American, 5-star recruit. My problem, though, a little bit, he only started one full season, similar to Joe Burrow, right? One season, right? So Okudah literally came out the blue. So, but listen, he could play man-to-man, Rudy. And when you can play man-to-man in this league, Rudy, you're going to make a good amount of money in this league. And I just really think he's going to fit Detroit. Matt Patricia should be able to use some of, the Patriot scheme that he has, though it hasn't been working very well for him. Put that there, put him around, put pieces in that defense, and Jeff Okudah is going to be fine. The only problem is, as well, Rudy, that team sucks. So hopefully it does not kind of shed on Jeff Okudah, because you know how it is. Sometimes when you go to a sorry team, you end up becoming sorry. So though he looks like a really good kid, and I think he's going to play very well this season in a division that's going to be tough.
Yeah, and it makes sense for, Detroit to get a Jeff Okudah because, like you said, the division. I mean, we're not really worried about Mitch Trubisky. I'm very sorry, Carolina T, but you've got guys like Aaron Rodgers, Kirk Cousins in that division. You've got to go up against guys like Adam Thielen, Devontae Adams.
Yeah. I mean, it's going
to be tough. Need a shutdown corner. And, speaking of shutdowns and speaking of legends and speaking of everything,
come on,
we have
you really gotta call this guy a legend?
Outside of Carolina. The football New York Giants are on the clock, about to probably make their pick. Who better to have on this show than Sweep the League's very own brother, man? You're a brother to us here because you've been on many of our shows. I'm going to say it. The legend, Colby Mack, our Giants insider, is joining us right now. Colby, your boy just went at number 2. Are you okay?
Yo, what up? They done messed up my whole draft.
There we go, man. You already got this guy going, Rudy. Thanks. And we got to hit his LeBron lover ball.
He is screaming.
Everything was supposed to be like exactly the way that I envisioned it. And now this entire thing's going super chalk. It's not that fun. I'm not with it. But my Giants are up next.
The Giants are up next, but so Chase Young is gone. Who are we looking?
And don't get me wrong. Was it a pipe dream to have Chase Young fall magnificently to the New York Giants?
Damn right.
Pair him up with Dexter Lawrence. Pair him up with Leonard Williams. Dalvin Tomlinson in the middle. Do some things. Yeah, it was a pipe dream. But we got a dream. Because without a dream, what are we doing, right? For real. Hey, shout out to the Skins. They got a heck of a player. But they're going to regret the fact that they passed up on Tua. Even though I didn't predict it. Tua's better than Dwayne Haskins in 2 years. It's like, oh man, we had the opportunity to be able to get Tua. We got Dwayne Haskins. The Lions. Look at Jeff Okudah, great player, but I mean, what's he gonna do for this season? Is Jeff Okudah gonna save Matt Patricia's job? Nope.
Well, he should already been fired.
That's very true. All right, Jim Caldwell didn't have a losing season for the Lions.
Dude, Jim Caldwell went 9-7 last season. Matt Patricia has barely won 9 games in 2 years. He's probably gonna lose a bunch of games this year. So,
a bunch. Because I'm sorry, Jeff Okudah. You know what he won't do? Score the football. All right.
Well, and that was my argument to maybe draft Tua, and though they need a lot of help though. So
they do. Well, that's why I thought it made sense to draft out, to move out of that pick. Get more capital because you need more talent dispersed across the entire team. Believe me, Gettleman. Shout out to the Mike, and Oscar podcast. They like Tristan Wirfs. They just don't like him going as a top 5 pick. I would love to be able to get him in like number 8, number 9, inside the top 10. I think it's better value for us to be able to get extra picks that we can be able to put on the opposite side of the ball, get some more corner help, even though I do like Bradbury. Shout out to James Bradbury. All right. I would love to see I like our receiving corps, so we don't really have to worry about that. Golden Tate, shout out to Sterling, Sterling Shepard and Darius Slayton, bro. Come on.
Yeah. He's going to be good. He's going to be
good. He's good.
Danny Dimes, I like him a little bit more than I like Kyler. He's bigger.
Oh, really?
He may not be faster.
Oh, my. Can we get this guy out of here, man?
No. This is my thing. He is bigger. He's got wheels on him. The only downside to his game is that he couldn't take care of the football. And I need Nate Solder to step the F up, all right? Because if we I need to figure out where Wirfs is big, right? And, typically you draft a rookie. If he played in college as a left, we move him over to the right. I don't know if Nate Solder is going to stay on the left side or maybe move into that inside guard position. I'm not sure. All I know is that if we give our boy Danny Dimes more time to hold on to the football, right? And we have a fully healthy Saquon the God busting out the backfield. I'm feeling really, really good about the pick.
Well, apparently the pick is in, so they may go offensive tackle. We don't know quite yet. We will know here in a minute. Definitely, I have yet to hear Saquon the God. That is a new one. That's going to be going on.
Quads, them super quads.
Say quads. Okay, so I got to get it right. I got to get it right. I've got to keep up with Kobe. He's like 1,000,000 miles per hour compared to me, where I'm like, I don't know, 1 mile per hour.
Cocaine is a hell of a drug, Rudy. Cocaine is a hell of a drug.
You know what? And there's this option for Simmons. I like Simmons, right? He's got that quote. He said, you allow, you have a 53-man roster, but with me, you get 56 players. I don't buy that. You know what I'm saying? I don't buy all of that.
Exactly.
He's a really, really good player. And I talked about this a little bit yesterday on the preview special and stuff like that. I don't necessarily know, if I want another Jabril Peppers. I think that Simmons is better than Peppers. He's obviously bigger than Peppers. But I want somebody that is defined to a specific role and position, and that's what he does, and he excels at that.
Nice, nice. We have a comment in here, Colby. Chris Garcia says, "Get Kobe out of here."
The haters are real. The haters are real.
Man, hey, you know what? It's the haters that love us, eventually. True. So definitely. But no, man, we can't get rid of Kobe. I mean, this is his appearance. Everybody that's a guest on this show tonight, it's their first appearance on the draft show. Won't be their last appearance ever, because we're doing this every year. But it's everybody's first appearance. We're bringing the fire. Kobe brings the fire every time he's on the show. I'm wondering if I'm going to hear, something break in the back if the wrong person is taken here.
Well, yeah, I think Kalen might jump off his roof or something.
I don't know what. Oh my God, here we go.
He's ready. We are all ready. Obviously the pick is in, so we need to see.
Let's see it. Let's go.
Andrew Thomas.
I told you, Rudy.
Okay.
I told you, Rudy.
And that is somebody that we talked about. We did talk about him, I believe last night. Andrew Thomas is selected.
I think I said it to the Giants, did I?
Yeah, Andrew Thomas is selected. I did say this for a fact here. Andrew Thomas is one of my favorites, my closet favorites to be the best offensive tackle to come out of this draft. I love what they did. I kind of had them going Tristan Wirfs here, but I am not sad for the Giants by taking Andrew Thomas. You're getting a beast of an offensive lineman here. Colby, give me your excitement. Are you excited about this Andrew Thomas pick?
You know what? You would think that after the combine performance from Becton and from Wirfs, that those would just be the guys that would stick. But knowing Gettleman, he wanted somebody that's super solid, right? That is a very, low floor. And I think that's what this guy is. And the good thing is that he's very athletic. He's long. This guy has some super long arms. I think he's really good off the blocks. Like, I like him. I think, man, he plays a lot of the right side. And it's interesting to kind of see what they're going to do and shift things around. You know what I'm saying? Very, very interesting. It's not what I thought. I think he was projected as like going a little right around the top 10. I believe that he was slated to be drafted by the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah.
Right. So it's interesting that they go this route. But honestly, I mean, the draft grades between Thomas, between Becton, between Wirfs, they're not all that different. Give me this young brother. I'm happy. Look at that hat. That's a great damn hat, bro. Look at the Giants.
All right, let's go to Gio. Gio, give us your input on Andrew Thomas because he is from your school, Georgia.
Georgia Bulldogs, my man. And I think, Rudy, if we go look back at the tape, I said Thomas would be going to the Giants.
Yeah,
just a hunch. But, hey, man, team captain, semifinals as an Outland Trophy winner. I mean, this guy, size, athleticism, consistency at Georgia. I mean, that offense wasn't very good last season, but Thomas was. And he's going to come right in. It should be able to start right away as well. He's been starting the past few years, one of the high Pro Football Focus rating as well as a tackle. Rudy, he has a little bit of everything, and he's a big dude. He moves people at the point of attack. the Giants, to me, they got their pillar. They got an offensive guy who, obviously barring any injury, should be there for the next 10 years. He's legit. He's the real thing. And the Giants, to me, they need Danny Dimes to have some protection, and that's what they did.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you're talking about Andrew Thomas is going to be that building block for the offensive line already. It's a great pick. I agree with some of our comments. Chris Garcia, great pick by the G-Men. I mean, it is a great pick. You can't go wrong with a lot of these offensive tackles, these offensive linemen in this draft. Wirfs, Thomas, Becton. You still have Jones, Josh Jones, later in the draft. I mean, this whole draft is deep with offensive linemen. So the Giants do pick up Andrew Thomas. It wasn't the explosion dynamite that Colby wanted, because that went at number 2, but it is a pick that does protect Danny Dimes for the future. It does protect his blind side as well, which is very important at the quarterback position. Colby, I appreciate you for joining us tonight. Enjoy the rest of the draft, sir. We will definitely have you on the draft recap show, because I want to get more of your opinions on a lot more of these takes. So I really appreciate you for joining us. Enjoy the pick, man. Go out and get a beer and celebrate with Andrew Thomas. He's coming home.
Lay off the cocaine, Colby, okay?
Yeah, just a little bit. All right, I got you. Yo, thanks so much. Take it easy.
All right, brother. So, yeah, that was Colby Mack. Definitely one of the guys that we have on our show. Always brings the fire, always brings the excitement. Chris Garcia says O-line needs him badly. Yes, they do.
Yeah, they do.
Andrew Thomas was, great pick so far in this draft. We've seen Joe Burrow.
Rudy,
go ahead.
Not only that, he played in the SEC, right? It's a proven conference, and a guy who's been consistent. He's playing against LSU, Alabama, all the really good teams. So I think Dave Gettleman went with more experience, consistency, and a guy that is probably going to be there for a while.
Yeah, definitely. And like I said, we've had so far Joe Burrow, Chase Young, Jeff Okudah, now Andrew Thomas going. Miami's on the clock for their first of 3 picks.
Uh-oh.
Right now, this is where do they go Tua? Do they go Justin Herbert? This is where you and I were disagreeing on our mock draft special. I said Herbert. You're saying Tua. Real quick before we get to the pick, because the pick is in, just a reminder, guys, if you would like to join us, you can join on our comments. We're actually going to be giving away some stuff this evening. We'll start the giveaways here in a little while, but if you can like and you can share, if you're on Twitter, retweet this, basically retweet it for us. We should appreciate it. If you're on Facebook, watching on Facebook, share this out, drop us a comment, let us know. If you're on Twitch, same thing. Just shoot a comment on Twitch, get with us on there. We are live on YouTube as well at Sweep the League on YouTube. So be sure to get on there, those little social platforms. But yes, the pick is in. We're going to see who it's going to be. Gio, are you still confident it's going to be Tua?
I'm not. I've been hearing a lot of Justin Herbert, so it could be him. I think the Dolphins, and rightly so, is concerned with that injury, right? Tua suffered a big-time injury his last season, and though I think Tua can sit, Rudy, and Fitzpatrick can come right on in, and Fitz isn't great, but the Dolphins know they're not going to make the playoffs probably this season, so let Tua sit and give Fitzpatrick another crazy wild season and let Tua come back, or if Tua's ready to go mid-season, and let's see how it goes, though I think Justin Herbert actually, I get a feeling, might be the guy.
Yeah, that's who I've had Miami taking the entire time is Justin Herbert. To me, it makes sense for him. Jason's in here. Mel Kiper needs to be in a horror movie. Probably so. I'm actually looking at the ESPN stream right now, looking at Mel Kiper.
Dude, he looks the same for the past 20. It's very weird, Rudy.
He's got that.
He's doing plastic surgery. No, he
got that vampire look. So.
Hey, plastic surgery, Rudy, or cocaine.
Yeah,
which is
it does. He does look like a vampire. So the pick is in, and everything pointed to Justin Herbert, and they went ahead and took Tua Tagovailoa. I think I said it right.
I've done a pretty good job so far, Rudy.
T squared. Gio is perfect on the draft, on his mock draft so far. He's perfect on his mock draft. Miami Dolphins taking Tua. I am surprised. I had them taking Justin Herbert. What am I thinking? I am not obviously cut out to do this. So what you get into yes, you get arm strength, you get a sizable quarterback, you get a guy who, barring injury, was probably going to have numbers similar or close to Joe Burrow. Can we not agree on that, or do we disagree on that? I think his season would have been similar to Burrow's if he didn't get injured.
Yeah, no, Rudy, I think Tua is, he's the truth. His accuracy, Rudy, his dynamic playmaking ability, his intangibles, I just see it. Whenever I look at him, I said this guy could be a very good quarterback. Rudy, he had a 12.7% touchdown percentage, which ranked first in Division I history. He's coming in prolific the past several years. I know he's dealt with injuries. Keep him healthy. An offensive line continue to improve. They got some pretty decent receivers there. And I think Tua can come right on in with the Dolphins team in the next few years, potentially can make the playoffs. But, Rudy, I saw this guy single-handedly beat my Georgia Bulldogs in a national championship game. Trust me, Rudy. He's going to be the truth, and he's going to be really good.
So my concern is, obviously everybody's concern, is Tua's injury. It was a pretty bad injury. What I'm thinking is, okay, does Tua come in and does he start right away?
No.
Obviously, you don't take a quarterback this high if you're not expecting him to come in and start. Let's get to. We're going to get to some highlights here real quick before we go into a little bit more about Tua. But that's my question. Does he start? Do you bench Rosen, which obviously you have, bench Fitzpatrick, and start?
I'm not even thinking about Josh Rosen, and they could probably trade him in this draft. He could probably get something decent. I think he sits, Rudy, for maybe mid-season because, listen, he's hurt. He's coming off of a big injury. Sit him down. What's the purpose of rushing him out there? You got Fitzpatrick in there who can play very well. Yeah, you drafted him very high, but at this point, they got a lot more draft picks. What's the point of rushing him? Keep him there. Let him sit. Sitting has seemed to work out for some other quarterbacks, and he's going to jump right in. Now, he may come in mid-season, but let him sit for half the season.
Yeah, we've actually got Chris Garcia in here. Tua reminds me a bit of Vic. What do you guys think? Not as fast, though.
Rudy, he reminds me a little of Russell Wilson, a little bit. I wouldn't say Michael Vick. Vick was elusive, though I think Tua has a better arm. Maybe not a better deep ball than Vick, because Vick can actually really sling it. I'm going to give more of Russell Wilson / Drew Brees. I see a little Drew Brees in him.
Wow, you're going deep. I like that question by Chris. I really like that question because Vic is probably the first person you're going to think of when it comes to Tua, because obviously that's who everybody has seen Russell. But let me give you one better here, and I'm not saying he's going to have the same kind of career that this player had, but let me give you someone better, Chris, to think of. When I look at Tua play, I look at Steve Young. Young was quick. Yeah. Steve Young was quick, but he wasn't super fast. But what Steve Young and Tua have that Vic don't have is they're coming into the league as QBs. Vic didn't have that accuracy coming into the league that a QB should have, coming out of college. When you talk about Tua Tagovailoa, you're talking about a guy like Steve Young. I compared him a lot to Steve Young. He can stay in the pocket. He can get out when he has to. His accuracy is good coming into the draft. So that's why I'm thinking if you want to go a left-handed quarterback, I like him compared to Steve Young. Is he going to have the same type of career as Steve Young? I don't think so.
Steve had to end his career a little early because of injury, Rudy. So Steve would get hurt a lot. So Tua, to me, needs to take care of the football, learn how to dive / slide. Because remember, Robert Griffin, Rudy, what happened to him? He didn't know how to slide. He got dinged up, and that was it. Tua needs to learn how to slide because he cannot take any more big licks like he's been taking. But Rudy, I think that's a pretty good comparison of Steve Young because very similar quarterbacks as they like to move around and really let loose.
And Steve had a very accurate deep ball, and Kobe says more like Vince Young. I do agree with the Vince Young pick. The LA Chargers are on the clock.
Go Chargers!
The pick is in. This is where if they do go Justin Herbert with this pick,
I think they do.
Then that is day one starter. And I've said if Tua was taken by the Chargers, I expected Tua to stay on the bench for at least a year. But what I'm seeing is that it's probably going to be Justin Herbert. That's who I feel it's going to be. The pick is in. If the pick is in, and if they do go Justin Herbert, you have Tyrod Taylor. Tyrod Taylor will get you. He will get you where you need to go, but he's not going to get you over that hump.
Wait. He's not going to take it to the promised land.
Well, neither did Tony Romo, but we're not comparing those guys, right?
Well, yeah, that's not.
Justin Herbert is, he's your quote unquote All-American quarterback, in my opinion. He's got all the tools. He can make the play on the run. He's got a damn accurate deep ball. I mean, the kid is just an all-out baller. Is he the best quarterback in this draft? No, he's not the best quarterback in this draft. Is he your day one starter? Yes, he is your day one starter. Kobe says max 6 wins with Tyrod. Yeah, I mean, Tyrod's, like I said, he's going to get you some wins. He's not going to get you everything. He's just going to get you enough to think, okay, we had a decent season. Justin Herbert needs to go to the Chargers right here. I feel like he is. What do you think of? Do you think they go any other way other than Herbert, or do you see them?
I think they go Herbert. I think in our pre-show, Rudy, I think I had Herbert going to the Chargers. This is a team that needs a quarterback, right? They've let Phillip Rivers go; he's no longer there, so it's logical to go get a quarterback. Now, I thought potentially they would go after Cam Newton, but that was not the case. Go Herbert here. They need a quarterback, unless they're going to draft Jordan Love and cause some crazy historical draft here, but I think Herbert's the guy, Rudy. I think they need a quarterback.
Yeah, it's got to be Herbert. And Edward Granado's begging us to keep Tony Romo out of our conversations. That's going to be kind of hard. Tony's been in our conversations a lot.
I like Tony Romo, man. He's a likable guy.
So the pick is in. The Chargers
6 for 6, Rudy.
Justin Herbert, Gio 6 for 6 on his mock draft. I definitely need to work on my mock draft, even though I just had it reversed. I mean, all it was Herbert and Tua. But Justin Herbert, 6'6", man, 236 pounds, big quarterback. And for being a big quarterback, he's very mobile. Like I said, he's got the arm strength, man. He definitely has the accuracy. He's the type of player who, this is one of the guys that plays all heart too, man. He's got a big heart. Leading Oregon last year, there were some times where I was watching Oregon games and I saw him get razzled. He was razzing. He was a little concerning for me because I'm thinking this is probably the best QB in all of America for college, and I'm watching him struggle here. And it was kind of like, man, what's going on here? But then you see Herbert come back in the second half, and he's leading Oregon to either a comeback win or at least to keep it close. This is the type of kid you want to grow. You want your team to grow around. He's got all the talent, man. He can move out of the pocket. He can make plays out of the pocket. He tucks the ball, runs when he has to. I think where he needs to really work on is he needs to just be cool, stay calm. The NFL, it's a lot faster game, so I'm kind of curious to see how he moves into the NFL game because it is a faster game. But yeah, I love this pick for the Chargers. We're going to get to some highlights here of Justin Herbert. Gio, go ahead, man. This is all you right here.
I don't love Herbert, but I really do like him, Rudy. I mean, he had 32 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, and he's a pretty natural throw of the football. He did win the Rose Bowl last season, 4-year starter. So I think compared to some of the other guys, Rudy, like Joe Burrow and the quarterback from the Lions now, 1 year, he's played all 4 years, and he's improved every single season. So if he's on that arc, should be improving in the NFL. They got a guy that's going to be able to come in and play right away. 6'6", ran a 4.6 in the 40. So he's quick. He can get around as well as being able to command the offense. He's going to be able to do that. He's a prototypical passer. So I think overall, the Chargers, really, we can finally say that they have officially moved on from Phillip Rivers. I mean, it's kind of like not the torch passing, but kind of as, hey, we're starting to move away from Phillip. Hopefully he doesn't have some of Phillip Rivers' bad habits, but they got a quarterback of the future.
No, they have the quarterback of the future, but not only that, I mean, you still have a lot of offensive weapons.
Oh, they do. I mean, Rudy, they got – this team should have been a playoff team, Rudy, and they underachieved last season. So They got a ton of talent. They improved their offensive line in the offseason. The running game, Rudy, they're going to be okay.
Yeah, definitely. And as we know, the pick is in for the Carolina Panthers right now. This is the pick. This is where I'm seeing that
Isaiah
we're talking
Simmons?
Carolina. I don't see how you can pass him up. If he drops this far in the draft, I think you have to go Isaiah Simmons. I think I had Isaiah Simmons going as high as number 4 on a lot of my mock drafts to the Giants. But you've got to fill that void. You got to fill that hole that Luke Kuechly left. I mean, you've got to feel Isaiah Simmons makes sense. Do you maybe go Derek Brown in this position, someone that's going to clog up that interior on the defensive side? I mean, they can go just about anywhere on this pick.
Yeah, Rudy, they could really go defensive tackle, offensive line, maybe a quarterback, though I think they're pretty content with Teddy Bridgewater. But I think Isaiah Simmons really is the perfect spot here for a defense that just lost Luke Kuechly. You put him in there, and he's going to be able to roam around the field at safety, potentially at linebacker as well. This is, to me, a no-brainer would be Isaiah Simmons, though. Rudy, I wouldn't be surprised, though. Watch out for a wide receiver. This is a group that is okay, but they lost Olsen, right, to free agency. So they got Samuel there. They got the other guy. Don't be surprised if they go receiver here to get Teddy Bridgewater and Christian McCaffrey some help.
Yeah, they definitely – I mean, I could see them going – I can see them going with an offensive weapon here. I don't think it'd be receiver. I mean, is this too early to take a Jerry Jeudy? Is it too early to take a CeeDee Lamb? I think it is. I still say they got to go back on the defense. You lost the anchor of your defense in Luke Kuechly. I mean, you've got to replace that somewhere. So I just feel they have to go, defense here. It's obviously I'm not in charge of Carolina. Their team.
Well, thank God, Rudy.
I'm not, but you've got potentially if not one of the best players in the draft still, Isaiah Simmons. I mean, there's nothing to think about. You've got a void to fill. You fill it with Isaiah Simmons. I don't mind if you go Derek Brown, but fill that damn void with Isaiah Simmons. That way you don't lose that anchor that you just lost. So, obviously, like we said, the pick is in. We're waiting to see who the Carolina Panthers pick. I'm thinking if they do go offense, I mean, quarterback?
Well, Rudy,
do they reach for a Jordan Love this early?
Listen. That offense is so Christian McCaffrey centric, right? I mean, it is literally him or nothing. They need another receiver in there to really stretch these defenses out because, Rudy, Christian McCaffrey only has so much on those legs, Rudy. And as a running back, Rudy, when those legs go out, that's it, right? And I'm not saying Christian McCaffrey is going to hit the ground this season, but they need wide receiver help. Tight end as well, though there's no tight end. I think they go receiver or they go Isaiah Simmons.
Okay, well, that's a bold prediction. Who did you have on your mock draft them taking them? I can't remember on that.
Isaiah Simmons.
You had Isaiah Simmons going, okay.
Because you told me, you said that I was insane to have Isaiah Simmons drop to the 7th pick. I said, okay, Rudy, what do I know, Rudy?
And that's the reason why we pay you the big bucks here at Sweep the League, because you are the NFL insider, the biggest NFL insider that we have here, and pretty much the only one we could afford. So Kobe's right, man. You got better value in receiver in the second round. I mean, these receivers are all
you do. I mean, there's a ton of them. So
yeah, you've got tons of still guys.
It's probably a reach.
But again, I think they still got to go. They still got to definitely go defensive end. Isaiah Simmons would probably be the pick. I agree with you since you had them taking Isaiah Simmons. I agree with you. Isaiah Simmons is the pick that needs to be made here. Yeah, you don't reach for a QB. I don't see them going anywhere else. But again, you're looking at what? You're looking at Matt Rule, brand new coach out there, coming out of Baylor. He's got who are potentially at quarterback. I mean, you don't have Cam Newton. You got Will Grier that you're looking to start maybe.
Which I like Will Grier a lot, Rudy, coming out of West Virginia last season. Though Teddy Bridgewater – What did Jason say?
Yeah, Jason, why does Kurt Warner look his wife's same haircut? I don't know. I'm going to have to look at that one. That's actually pretty funny. So, yeah, definitely the pick is in. We're looking at Matt Rule here, Panthers' new head coach. That's another thing we got to talk about after the show, after the recap show, is about Matt Rule. I mean, college coaches.
I'm not a fan.
College coaches coming in to the NFL. It's really tough. And the pick is in. They did not go Isaiah Simmons.
The big boy.
They didn't listen to you, Gio. So they went ahead and went Derek Brown, defensive tackle, out of Auburn. Derek Brown, defensive tackle, out of Auburn, 6'4", big boy, 326 pounds. Don't let that fool you. This guy is a beast, and this guy is quick. He gets off the line very, very fast. He's a playmaker on the defensive line. He can clog that entire defensive line. Imagine this. Imagine you are 6'2", playing Pop Warner football. This is Derek Brown. He's just burrowing through everybody. His tackling is spot on. The only thing that really he has trouble off is, again, same thing I talked about Chase Young earlier. When you get a guy like this and you're double teaming him or even triple teaming him, he doesn't have that mentality like, okay, he's going to have to develop that. And this is where we don't see a lot of these guys get rattled because we don't see it in college happen all the time. But yeah, we're talking 50 tackles, 4 sacks last season. Derek Brown is a beast on the line. Good pick for Carolina. I would have rather seen Isaiah Simmons in this position. Again, you did lose Luke Kuechly. I'm going to go Mel Kiper tantrum on here. You lost your anchor. You should have got another linebacker, someone who definitely would have controlled this defense for you, took charge of the defense. But Derek Brown is not a bad person. Gio, we have the Cardinals are on the clock, but before we get to them, Gio, Derek Brown, I mean, again, this is one of the top players in the league defensive-wise. What do you got on Derek Brown?
I would have went with Isaiah Simmons, but I see why they did this. Derek Brown, I mean, he's a man's man. Brady, did you know that he did not miss a tackle all season long? He did not miss a tackle, which is literally pretty crazy. So they got a big guy up front. As you said, I mean, he's probably going to play all 3 downs, and he's a man's man. And they need that physical nature up front. Though I really wish they got Isaiah Simmons because I think replacing Luke Kuechly, though I like the pick, it's a solid pick. You get probably the best defensive lineman in the draft. So, though I would have loved Isaiah Simmons.
Yeah, Isaiah Simmons makes sense. The pick is in for Arizona right now. That was pretty quick. Did they just,
I think they go offensive line here, Rudy.
Well, I mean, definitely you think they would go offensive line. We're talking, you still have guys like Tristan Wirfs, or the guy that I said the Cardinals will take, or I'm suggesting they take or hoping they will, is Mekhi Becton out of Louisville.
What did I say? I don't remember what the hell I said.
I'm not quite sure. I think you had Tristan Wirfs in this position. I have Mekhi Becton going to the Arizona Cardinals in our mock draft. Makes sense for Mekhi Becton to go there. Big, strong guy on the offensive line. Was blocking for Lamar Jackson. Who do you have as the Cardinals quarterback right now? You have Kyler Murray. Same type of player as Lamar Jackson. So you can use Mekhi Becton just about anywhere on the line right there. He's probably one of the premier offensive tackles in this draft. Is he the best one? I think he has the potential to be the best offensive tackle in this draft. Makes sense for the Cardinals to get him. They have the same style of quarterback that he was protecting over at Louisville. Hoping they go Mekhi Becton. Do you see them maybe going with the Tristan Wirfs right now?
They can go Wirfs. They can go Willis Jr. Rudy, they can go with any of those 3 offensive linemen that you just spoke of.
You still have Jedrick Wills. And he played at Alabama. They're all kind of intertwinable, though I think Wirfs will probably go here, though any of those offensive linemen are going to be pretty solid for a team that really needs protection. Exactly. So we're both thinking that they're going to go offensive line here. I don't think there's any surprise. They don't need. They definitely don't need. And I'm assuming we did see the pick. They did not go offensive line. They went Isaiah Simmons. So the first surprise of the draft. Is it a surprise? Not really, because I mean, again, you have one of the best players in this draft, overall athletes in this draft, Isaiah Simmons. Let's get a quick look at Isaiah's profile right here. They should have gone offensive line. 6'3", 5'8", 238 pounds, 93 tackles, 6 sacks. 2 interceptions. Isaiah Simmons. There's talk that people are talking about Isaiah Simmons could play anywhere from linebacker all the way back to safety. I mean, this kid is quick. He's very, very fast, edge to edge, post to post. This kid is very, very quick. My thing is his recovery speed. If you're having him try to basically guard or defend a quick receiver, it's going to be a little tough for him, even though he does have the speed. He doesn't have, I guess he doesn't have that mobility is what I'm trying to say. He doesn't have the mobility to stay with a lot of these guys. But
he's 6'4", 238. So, I mean, he got some meat in the bones already.
No, he does. But he is very quick. He's a tackling SOB. That is damn sure. This guy is one guy you can put anywhere on the defensive side of the ball, and he's going to make a difference. Isaiah Simmons definitely is one of the guys that we've talked about a lot. So go ahead. Let me see what you got on Isaiah Simmons.
My man, Isaiah Simmons. We've been talking about this guy. My favorite player in the draft. 102 tackles, 16 tackles for loss, 8 sacks. Rudy, you could put this guy all over the field, and he's going to be able to produce. I get it. You don't know what the hell he's going to be. But it's your job as a defensive coordinator to know where he should be. Yeah. 4.3 in the 40. I mean, outstanding, Rudy. He's going to be able to play right away. Instinctive, athletic build, plug and play, whatever you want to call him. He's going to be able to play right away. And Rudy, he was everywhere. 104 tackles, which means he's always playing. He's always literally all over the field. Former state champion in the long jump. So he has the hops, Rudy. He can jump. So listen, if you can't find a position for this guy to play, if you can't put him in a spot, you should not be a defensive coordinator in the NFL. Plain and simple.
Gotcha. Exactly. And we got Billy Woodward here on the comments. He's saying Simmons has a huge burst towards the ball, and he's not agile, though. That's kind of what I was saying. His agility is a little skeptical. I mean, don't get me wrong. He has recovery speed. He has a lot of recovery speed, but he definitely is one guy that.
I'm sorry, I couldn't catch it.
It's just that. Sorry, we had a little technical difficulty. The thing about Isaiah Simmons that we're talking about is the agility part. He's got recovery speed, but it's trying to guard some of these quicker receivers in the NFL that I think he might get left on.
If he plays safety, Rudy, he's probably not going to be man-to-man all the time, right? I mean, he's going to probably be in zone. But listen, you're going to be able to put packages, blitz schemes. You're going to be able to do all that stuff with this guy because he has the ability. Whether he gets burned or not, it's going to happen in this league. He'll get humbled. But I think long-term, and the Arizona Cardinals, which I hate because they play my division, they're going to be able to put this guy all over the field in a defense that needs a lot of help. This is really
definitely. So, we've got the Jags on the clock right now. We're going to take a quick little break here, give you a word from a couple of our unofficial sponsors of Sweep the League. This is the 2020 NFL Draft with Rudy Campos Jr. and Coach Gio. We'll be right back. Hey, are you looking for that local flavor, that local burger flavor? Look no further than Burger Boy. Oh, the wonders that is Burger Boy. Are you a working man? Of course you're a working man. Do you like working overtime? Not all of us do, but when it comes to Burger Boy, they have both the working man special and the overtime special. For you working men out there, that's a double Burger Boy, large fries, large drink, and for those of you working overtime, add that extra meat. We're talking triple Burger Boy, large fries, large drink. Yes, Burger Boy, the wonder that is San Antonio. Thank you, Burger Boy, again for that spot ad. We appreciate you. We will be giving away 2 Burger Boy gift cards later tonight. Jason Garcia, Burger Boy needs to open on the south side. We did run our first Burger Boy ad, basically to enter into the giveaway. First things first, all y'all on the stream, go ahead, tweet this out, retweet it, and also share it on Facebook. All you got to do is comment, I love Burger Boy. Make a comment on the stream tonight at some time. Shows that you were in here. Just comment, I love Burger Boy. Everyone that does, we will go back tonight. Pick a winner out of that. Well, actually, we'll pick 2 winners. So, again, share this out. Share the stream out. Let everybody know, hey, join the show. Comment, I love Burger Boy for your chance to win a $10 Burger Boy gift card. The pick is in for the Jags. We're waiting for the announcement to come through. Jags are kind of the mystery team in this whole thing. Gio, what do you see happening with Jacksonville here?
I think they go defense here. That defense has been picked apart the past few years. I think they go defense here. Maybe C.J. Henderson, cornerback from Florida, though it might be a tad bit early for that. It is a little early for that. I thought they would go get Derek Brown. Obviously, Derek Brown has been picked. So
do we potentially see CeeDee Lamb here?
They do need, because the problem with the receivers that they're all the same. It's all almost the same type of receiver. They could go receiver here. I love Jerry Jeudy. CeeDee Lamb is another very good player. So, though they do need a cornerback because their guys are getting a little old in the tooth there. So this is a weird team to me, Rudy, because they need a lot of things. I think they go defense, though. And they do need a linebacker as well. So they need help all over the place.
Yeah, they do. I mean, but then again, you did make a mention that we all heard already before. Leonard Fournette is technically on the trading block or something like that. I think it's way too early to say this, but could they be desperate enough and take a DeAndre Swift right here? Could they just take that running back that technically shouldn't go this high, but we've seen crazier things happen in NFL drafts before, so I wouldn't doubt it.
Rudy, I mean, if Fournette gets traded, then you have a glaring weakness. Probably the biggest weakness would be at running back. You get Swift, he's probably a plug and play. So, though I didn't think they would really pick Swift, though I did mention that potentially they could. So, Jacksonville needs just a ton of help. Gardner Minshew, they need a tight end as well, though there's no tight ends right as we speak.
The only tight end that I can see possibly going in the first round is Cole Kmet from Notre Dame.
Yeah.
But again, this isn't the part of the draft where you want to take tight end. He's not.
Yeah, no.
He's not top 10 talent. I mean, this is where you would trade down if you wanted a player like Cole Kmet. But I mean, again, you're thinking defensive side of the ball. It is very possible. Jacksonville needs a lot of help everywhere. I mean, this is the perfect place where I would have said, like you, Derek Brown. I mean, Derek Brown should have gone here. Obviously, he went earlier in the draft. Outside of that, I mean, is this too early to take? Is this too early to take AJ Epineza? Pick is in. We have seen now it is cornerback C.J. Henderson.
Rudy, what did I tell you, Rudy?
Out of Florida. You did say cornerback. C.J. Henderson, outside of Jeff Okudah, same type of player, very physical player. I mean, he has some really good speed. Is he going to be a shutdown corner? I don't know if I can call him shutdown corner just yet. I would need to see him definitely prove on a lot of his game. But as far as C.J. Henderson goes, is this an early time to take him? No, I think it's actually pretty good. I think this is a good area to take him. What do you got on C.J. Henderson, Gio?
Rudy, I had him going to Atlanta at 16 because they were looking for a cornerback. But then I kind of came to my senses and says, well, Jacksonville does need cornerback because I think Derek Brown would have went, Rudy, but Derek Brown was taken already. Cornerback position was another need and they get a guy that, like you said, Rudy, he's probably the second best corner in the draft. Is he a man-to-man corner? Who knows at this point? But they're going to get a guy who's pretty consistent at Florida. He's going to be able to come in and 4.3 in the 40s, so he's quick. He's athletic. Yeah. He has a pretty good frame, long arms. His production did drop off a little bit in 2019.
Yeah. But not to cut you off, we've got the pick is in for Cleveland. I don't want to keep our Cleveland guests waiting any longer. We can bring him in here. Definitely Cleveland's pick. That went really, really fast in my opinion.
Yeah, that was really quick.
But yes, definitely we're going to get to Cleveland's pick. C.J. Henderson is the second best cornerback in the draft. We're going to bring in our Cleveland Browns guy. That'll be Jonas Clark. Jonas, I'm not sure if Jonas can hear us right now because it looks like his mic is – there it goes. Okay. Jonas, are you there?
I am. Hi, guys. How you doing?
What's up, Jonas? Good. I'm expecting Jonas, and again, Jonas is a good friend of ours here. He's been on the show at least one or two times before. biggest Cleveland Brown fan I know. Jonas, are we still thinking the same thing, that Cleveland is going to go get Baker some help and some protection?
Yeah, and anything else, I'm going to be disappointed. This is a bad first round for Andrew Berry's official stepping in as GM of the Cleveland Browns if he doesn't make this an offensive tackle right here.
Are you thinking Tristan Wirfs? Are you thinking Mekhi Becton? Who are we thinking right here?
My guy Joe Thomas, shout out to the Cleveland Browns, and he's a future Hall of Famer for sure, first ballot. He likes Mekhi Becton, and I'm not going to question a guy who played the position of left tackle in the NFL for 10 seasons, 10,000 consecutive snaps. But, not only was he durable, but he, backed it up with Pro Bowl appearances. So I'm not going to question Joe Thomas. Mekhi Becton, please and thank you.
Yeah, Mekhi Becton would be fantastic, especially since the Cardinals decided to go with Isaiah Simmons and don't get Kyler any help. But Mekhi Becton definitely would be a fantastic pick right here. We will see what Cleveland does. Gio, what do you got?
They could go with Jedrick Wills Jr. from Alabama. That could be another guy, though. I think.
So so apparently the pick is in right now. Cleveland did take Jedrick Wills Jr.
Yeah, just said that, right,
tackle out of Alabama. He did say that. Jonas, I know you were hoping for a Mekhi Becton. How are you feeling about this Jedrick Wills Jr. pick?
Well, I'm glad you asked, because 1A was Becton for Joe Thomas, 1B was Wills. So he still has a stamp of approval of our longtime left tackle, Joe Thomas. So he's got my vote. Let's just go ahead and get it done. Rudy, really quick, I'm really glad you brought up Isaiah Simmons going to the Cardinals, because if he would have still been there at 10, that would have been the one and only condition, which I would have said you go with Simmons over the great need at left tackle, just because of the talent available. But Baker's got his help. Our Nick Chubb has a left tackle to go ahead and help create him some more running room. Maybe next year he can walk away with the rushing title instead of second place. This is a big move for the offense. Lots of expectations this year.
Yeah, it's a great pick. I mean, it's definitely one that we all, figure would happen. I saw Mekhi Becton there. I still felt that would have been the guy, but you're right. Going with Jedrick Wills Jr., I mean, and again, when you think of collegiate offensive tackles, especially these days, Alabama tends to put out a lot of good ones, and they're obviously, they're at Alabama for a reason. So you're right, man. This is going to be a great pick for the Browns. Jedrick Wills Jr., you can't go wrong with him at all. He's going to be protecting Baker. He's going to be opening up those holes for Nick Chubb as well. It's a very good thing. Would you have any other reserves or any other things coming into this draft that you want to see the Browns do or maybe pick up later on in this draft?
Well, I think that, with losing out in a sense on Simmons, watching him drop as far as he did, you still have to watch out, and fill the need for the Browns at linebacker. Anything else is really going to be a matter of adding depth. I'd like to see some more corner depth and some more safety depth, because the defense, we have some playmakers, but it's a lot of it is in that first string, maybe dipping into the second string. But we haven't been able to stay healthy the last couple of years. And again, you have a team that features Baker Mayfield, Nick Chubb, Jarvis Landry, and then, of course, OBJ. You have to turn this into winning with all the potential that it has. We have enough sizzle. Now we've got the pop on the offensive line to hopefully turn this into a winning season.
Yeah, and you're talking linebacker. I mean, there is a good possibility that a Terrell Lewis from Alabama could drop into the second round. I mean, you've also got guys like Kenneth Murray, who's supposed to go in the first round, but again, we've seen crazy things happen. He could possibly fall. Logan Wilson's a very good possibility from Wyoming. Jacob Phillips from LSU. There's still a lot of good linebackers out there. I seriously doubt we see a player like Patrick Queen drop, but I mean, the Cleveland Browns needing linebacker help. There's still a ton of help out there. Like we've always been saying on this entire draft, this is a very deep draft. You're going to be able to get starters and, NFL star players and all out through this draft. So, yeah, you're right, Jonas. I do see that the linebacker position does need to be filled. Outside of that, are you excited for this coming Cleveland season? I know last season was a lot of hype. Like you said, it was all sizzle. And when it was delivered, it was like the food was just staying on the counter under the heat lamp when we actually got to the season. Are you expecting anything different coming into this season?
I am. Rudy, I think this is the season that things actually turn. I think everybody was a little bit ahead of the time, thinking it was going to happen this last season with all the changes that took place during last off season. Not to mention that it was another offensive coordinator and another system for Baker Mayfield to become familiar with, inconsistency at left tackle again. And then, of course, losing Myles Garrett down the stretch doesn't help when you're trying to make a push in what was rather, I would say, a weak AFC North year. I think that this is the year that it really has to all come together. There's a lot of pressure on Stefanski, again, implementing another offense, but the familiarity that Baker should have with, OBJ being there for a whole nother year, and then just confidence in the guys and confidence in himself. It's playoffs or bust at this point. I'm not going to say you tear it all down if you don't make the playoffs, but that's the expectation. I say it's division crown. We got to dethrone the Ravens.
Wow, and that's actually some good insight, because I know I'm one of the guys that fell for this is the year for the Browns last year.
I told you, Rudy. I told you. I
just
said
seeing
the
that team.
Playoffs, and
I know. I see, Jonas. I got to put up with Gio all the time on this stuff because he always reminds me about my mishaps and stuff. But I kind of see what you're saying. This is definitely going to be a good year for the Browns. I think I was brought back down to earth after watching it last season. Everybody's criticizing Baker, man, but Baker's not that bad of a QB. They've got a star. They got a star in Nick Chubb. So I'm really expecting big things from the Browns. And, hey, Jonas, I really do appreciate you coming on the show. Again, this is your first appearance. Definitely not your last appearance. Thank you for all the insight on the Cleveland Browns. We would love to have you on the recap show to talk more Browns and as well as more of the draft if you're willing to do it.
For sure. I'm in, man. And Rudy, Gio, Chris, thank you very much, guys. And I'll catch you guys after this draft. Hopefully we get a good one this year.
Yeah, definitely. So that was Jonas Clark. We appreciate Jonas for coming in. Thank you, Jonas, for joining us. He was our Sweep the League Browns insider, basically. Right now we are on the Jets pick. The Jets, actually, the pick is in from what I'm understanding. Real quick check, is the audio going okay out there, guys? If so, just leave me a comment. I think one person was having trouble with it. Let me just leave a message here. If you are having trouble, maybe want to just get out of the feed, come back in. That should fix the problem, but I haven't seen anyone talking about it just yet. But again, the Jets are on the clock. Gio, this has to be another moment where we're thinking it's going to be offensive line, maybe a Tristan Wirfs. Maybe this is where Mekhi Becton goes right here. We have his audio. Gio's audio. Let's see. Real quick. We're having a little technical difficulty because we're not ESPN.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now. Okay, give me your info on the Jets.
Listen, Jets, I think, should probably go wide receiver, in my opinion. They need a lot of help, but offensive line as well. I think Mekhi Becton should be the pick here, though. The Jets I think they should take a receiver.
The receiver? Are we seeing CeeDee Lamb, Jerry Jeudy, Henry Ruggs? I mean,
CeeDee Lamb or Jerry Jeudy or any of those guys, they need some. Their receiving core sucks, Rudy. They don't have anybody. Except they have Jamison Crowder. Okay, big deal. They need receivers. Yeah, I guess you need an offensive line too to protect your quarterback from getting killed. But in my opinion, I would go receiver here, Jerry Jeudy or CeeDee Lamb to add some excitement to this team, because this team is just boring.
I've said it for years, Gio, and I've not denied it. Nick Lindsay out there, former boss,
Cowboy fan,
former guy of rest in peace, Lynn Sports. I do miss Lynn Sports a lot. That was where I started. But definitely, I'm a closet Jets fan. I do like the Jets. I just love the Jets. Why?
I said
so it. The pick is in. They are taking Mekhi Becton, offensive tackle from Louisville. The beast is going to be let loose in New York. 6'7", this guy is. I mean, we are talking Mekhi Becton, offensive tackle, 6'7", 364 pounds. This guy will move cars and everything to protect his QB and running back. I love this pick for the Jets. Sam Darnold is already probably ordering, I don't know, 2 or 3 Rolexes on Amazon. That way he can give it to Mekhi when he gets there. This guy's going to make Sam Darnold's life a lot easier. Not only that, I still think the Jets get a solid wide receiver coming back around, I think in the second round here. But definitely the pick is Mekhi Becton here. Great pick. I love the pick. They wouldn't have gone wrong if they went Becton or Tristan Wirfs. Out of the both guys, I do like Becton a little bit more. Gio, what are your thoughts on the pick? Because you did call Mekhi Becton on this pick.
I mean, 6'7", Rudy, 364 pounds. And the most interesting thing, I think, he ran a 5.1 in the 40, which means, this guy can fly. He has quick feet, elite upside. I mean, the problem with Rudy, though, is his playing weight. I just don't think at 6'7" you can play at 364 pounds. Call me crazy, Rudy, but I just think that might be an issue. And also, he is a little raw in certain areas of his game. So I think this isn't a project per se, but give him some time to come into his own. Though I think if he comes in, Rudy, and he kills it, he could be a weird special player in this league. 6'7", a 7-foot wingspan. He can do it all. Just still a little young when he comes to his career at offensive line.
Oh yeah, this kid. I'm really happy for the Jets. Honestly, it's kind of good because both New York teams so far. It's only been one pick, but both New York teams have come out on top of this draft. They're getting everything they need out of this draft right here. You had the Giants taking it was Andrew Thomas.
Yeah.
I mean, then you've got the Jets taking Mekhi Becton. Both teams are getting help and getting a lot of help for their quarterback. So great pick by the New York Jets. Mekhi Becton, definitely for sure. The Raiders, not
the Raiders,
not the Los Angeles Raiders, the Las Vegas Raiders. And here in San Antonio, we have a bone to pick with Las Vegas because they seem to be taking all of our teams. They ended up taking the Silver Stars. They took our hockey team just recently. So Vegas, what's that?
You guys got to stop having boring teams, Rudy.
Well, yeah. Well, the Spurs have been boring teams. Definitely so. But yeah, hey, the Las Vegas Raiders, this is where I see two things happening, man. I mean, yes, you do have Tristan Wirfs out there, but they need receiver help. Or does John Gruden, Chucky himself, does he go with a QB? Does he love a QB at this spot? I'm trying to hint something here. You have Derek Carr. He's not happy with Derek Carr. He did sign Marcus Mariota, who he was high on with Mariota. He was high on Marcus Mariota when he was coming out in the draft. But Mariota hasn't been the same guy. You're right. He's trash right now. This is where, yes, I think a receiver goes. But does Gruden say F it and go with a quarterback? One, Jordan Love from Utah State. What do you think, man? Does he have the cojones to take a QB right here?
Well, if there's a coach that has some cojones, it's John Gruden. Yep. And I wouldn't be surprised if John did trade for Jordan Love, though I think they go receiver here. Listen, Jerry Jeudy, any of those Alabama receivers, you can't go wrong. Though I do like Jeudy the most. They need some help at receiver because Antonio Brown, that crap didn't work out. You got a tight end. You got a running back, Rudy. A decent, above-average wide receiver core. You add Jeudy, CeeDee Lamb, or any of those guys into that mix, Rudy. I think the Las Vegas Raiders could have a pretty good offensive football team next season. I think they go receiver here, Rudy.
It's obvious that they should go receiver. I mean, it's the obvious thing is you need a receiver here. The Antonio Brown experiment didn't work for you last year. Maybe the CeeDee Lamb, maybe the Jerry Jeudy experience.
Antonio Brown wasn't even going to practice, Rudy.
Yeah. So the pick is in, and we have not a shocker, but definitely one guy who I can definitely see going here. Henry Ruggs III, wide receiver out of Alabama. Can you say the Flash? DC Universe's own the Flash. This guy is all speed. He is not Darius Hayward-Bay. I promise you. I promise you, he's not Darius Hayward-Bay. So you Raider fans, don't worry. When y'all drafted Bay, the fastest receiver, Davis was like, oh, this is great. He's not the same player. He's fast, just like Hayward-Bay was, but this guy is a baller. He can play. He can catch. He can make plays. I like to see him more on the route side, more in those inside routes. Not exactly like Julian Edelman, because he's a lot faster to me than Julian Edelman is, but similar to that. Use him on the quick routes. Use him on the quick slants. Use him on the outside from time to time. Give him some deep routes to do. But this kid is a playmaker. I love this pick by the Raiders. So far, this entire draft, I've actually enjoyed it. But when it comes to receivers, Henry Ruggs, definitely one of the top receivers, one of the all-pro receivers that I see that could eventually be that all-pro, in my opinion. I mean, we got tons of them coming out. Gio, what are you thinking about Ruggs? Because we're talking 40 receptions, 746 yards, 7 touchdowns. It doesn't scream superstar compared to other receivers.
It
but
doesn't, Rudy.
If you do see his play, this guy is a playmaker.
Rudy, he's a playmaker, 4.27 in the 40. He's explosive, right? And for the Raiders, they need speed on that wide receiving core. And that's exactly what he is. I get it. He's 5'11". He's not very big. But you get a guy that he was kind of productive. He didn't have a ton of volume in that Alabama offense because there were so many good weapons. But he has the breakaway speed, the run after the catch. Rudy, this is a guy that could really help this offense because you got Josh Jacobs, which I love from last season. You got Waller at tight end. You had a Speedster at receiver. Okay, the Las Vegas Raiders are going to be a respectable team next season. And I think John Gruden already has big plans for this kid because, listen, he's electric. And I could see him, Rudy, in a Raider uniform. I could see it right now.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. I was picturing more of like CeeDee Lamb. I was picturing more of a Jerry Jeudy going to Las Vegas, but it's not a bad pick. It's a good pick. I mean, like I said, I'm trying to convince Raider fans that this is not Darius Hayward-Bay. All you saw when Henry Ruggs was speed. Everybody talked about his speed, his 40 speed, everything like that. This kid is a player. He's a baller. Like Kobe said, he's a baller. He's a baller.
And Rudy, he's going to be able to stretch defenses. Be able to stretch the defenses for some of the other targets that they have. So I think it's a very good pick. Is it the complete greatest pick ever? Of course not. But
no. I mean, it's not the greatest pick. It's not the greatest pick. But who's next on the clock that could have that good pick, great pick? The Super Bowl runner-up, San Francisco 49ers, able to move up to number 13 after their trade with the Colts. This is where this 49ers team could be deadly. You throw a player like a CeeDee Lamb across from a Deebo Samuels, across from a George Kittle. This offense would be dynamic.
Yeah, I'm starting to get a little worried here.
As a Rams fan, you should be very worried right here, because say they don't get CeeDee Lamb. I mean, you still got Jerry Jeudy out there. I mean, this is a receiver. Do they go defense on this pick too? It's possible, but the receiver outweighs any defensive player right now, in my opinion.
I think they go with receiver here, Rudy, and they can go with any of the guys who are available, really. Though I wouldn't be surprised. Offensive line is, I think, a need for them. They had a few injuries last season, so
Tristan Wirfs is still there.
Tristan Wirfs is out there. Another guy, Josh Jones from Houston, he had an injury last season, but he's a guy potentially could be picked up by the 49ers. So the 49ers could go.
Josh Jones is, to me, one of those guys where, if you remember, for the Cowboys, they took, who was it, Jalen Samuels, I believe, a few years back. Mm-hmm. He had that horrific injury. Everybody didn't want to take a chance on him. They took a chance on him, and look at how Jalen Samuels is doing with the Cowboys. He's one of their better players on the defensive side. And
Josh Jones doesn't have to start right away. I mean, this is an offensive line that's probably going to be good to go before the season. So they could go offensive line, though. Is probably receiver, though. This team is so weird because they run the football so much, Rudy, that their passing game isn't always there. But, man, when it's hitting and it's on strides, it's a deadly offense because of how well they run the football. And Shanahan is very creative with that zone blocking scheme they have there in San Francisco.
Yeah, and also Edward Granado's asking if Henry Ruggs is going to be the Raiders' version of Tyreek Hill. It's very possible.
Yeah,
I mean, very possible.
Very possible.
If you want to talk about fantasy alerts, Henry Ruggs could definitely be one of the guys you want to pick up in fantasy football. So also we have a trade that just came in that we're seeing here. The San Francisco 49ers ended up trading with Tampa Bay. It seems like they just flip-flopped picks. So Tampa Bay will be picking at 13. And I believe, Tampa Bay picking 13. San Francisco should go back to 14. Here's the thing now with Tampa Bay moving up. This is getting interesting here. We all know Tom Brady and his sidekick Gronk are now members of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Very interesting for them to trade up. Why are they trading up? Is this the point where we see Tristan Wirfs go, knowing you've got to protect Tampa Bay? And before we get to Gio, we are bringing in Billy Woodward, who is one of our newest members of Sweep the League. He just actually came on to our Sweep the League family here. Billy, you are one of the teams you are covering tonight for us is the Buccaneers. They did just make a trade to move up to 13. Is this where we may see Tristan Wirfs go to protect Tom Brady? What do you think that they're doing here?
Looks like Wirfs is the guy. They wanted him bad enough to, it's just a one move deal. It's just a 13-14 swap, right?
I haven't got the details quite yet. Let me look it up here.
According to the TV, it's a 13-14 swap. Whoever they wanted, They must want him right now. So I'm thinking Wirfs maybe is somebody to protect Brady. Brady's going to blow the shell again and get whatever he wants in the draft. This is very much his squad, and he's making the calls now. I think it's some sort of offensive line to protect him. That's really all they need offensively.
And you know what? It makes sense because like Gio and I were talking a little while ago, the 49ers could have potentially taken Tristan Wirfs there, knowing that Tampa Bay probably said, we need to get up to that spot, take Wirfs before the Niners do. Niners probably just said, okay, well, you're giving us an extra draft pick. Yeah. That makes a lot of sense for them to move up to 13 to get Wirfs, which I'm assuming that's going to be the pick here is Tristan Wirfs. Gio, do you think that that's the reason why? Or do you see them maybe going with somebody else?
Yeah, for Tampa Bay, it's probably going to be an offensive lineman. I would be surprised if they didn't, though an edge rusher could be as well. Tampa could use another edge guy. I know they signed Barrett to a franchise tag, one of the best defensive linemen in the league last season, but I won't be surprised if they go edge rusher here. And there's a few guys on the board right now that could fit in that scheme, though I think offensive line is illogical right now for Tom Brady.
Yeah, it makes more sense, I think. So, yeah, Billy, you did mention that Tristan Wirfs looks like it's going to be the guy here. That, you don't see anything coming off of that pick, do you? Unlike how Gio said they may go defense.
Maybe Josh Jones, but that's a reach. If Wirfs is there, you gotta go with that, I would assume.
Yeah, Tristan Wirfs definitely, high rate. He's a highly rated offensive tackle coming into this draft. That should probably be the obvious pick. Again, we also said Isaiah Simmons wasn't dropping, and he dropped all the way to the Cardinals. So,
That's true.
This is definitely something that we're going to keep an eye on here. Tampa Bay, the pick is in. Tampa Bay did trade with the Niners. They did flip-flop Tampa Bay with 13. San Francisco went back to 14, which kind of makes me assume that they're going to go with either CeeDee Lamb or Jerry Jeudy at that 14th pick, knowing you don't want to go out there and get a Josh Jones just at this moment or anything like that. So good move by the Niners. If you trade back, even if it's just one spot, you're probably getting another draft pick somewhere in this draft or a next year's draft. So we're all thinking it's probably going to be Tristan Wirfs. Actually,
Tristan Wirfs.
And yes, Tristan Wirfs, offensive tackle out of Iowa, goes to Tampa Bay. Brady gets his protection. Billy, how are you feeling about this pick for Tampa Bay?
Great pick. Keeps Brady on his feet a little bit. He's old enough he can't afford to take too many hits, but I think it's a great pick. Solid pick for him. Really kind of a no-brainer.
Yeah, definitely.
Big guy, definitely. Just can clog up anything for anything. Brady, Gronkowski's such a great blocking tight end as well. I think doesn't get a lot of love for that. So I think Brady's going to be able to stand on his feet and make great throws all season.
Yeah, definitely. Great pick for Tampa Bay. Tristan Wirfs out of Iowa, offensive tackle. I mean, this kid is huge. 6'4", 7'8", 320 pounds. I mean, we were talking about guys like Mekhi Becton, Andrew Thomas. Tristan Wirfs ranks right up there with those guys. Definitely going to be one of the better offensive tackles to come out of this draft. Gio, what are you feeling about the pick by Tampa Bay here?
Well, it was a great pick. I mean, you got Tom Brady. You want to protect your investment, and that's exactly what they did. Rudy, this guy power cleans 450 pounds, which is a ton of weight. He's a big physical kid, extremely athletic, light on his feet. I mean, he ran a 4.8 in the 40, which is actually very quick for an offensive lineman. So this is a guy that should be able to come in and play right away. There's been some talk about him potentially maybe playing guard in the NFL, so that could be another position for him. I think they got their future offensive lineman. I think he's going to be a guy that's going to be able to play in. So don't be surprised, Rudy, if they move him inside to guard if tackle doesn't work out.
Yeah, I mean, it's you really can move him anywhere on the line. He's that kind of versatile offensive tackle. Tristan Wirfs definitely is a great pick for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I don't assume that I'm not assuming Brady's going to be there another 5 years or so. No. At least for the immediate future, Tristan Wirfs is a guy you definitely want to be protecting Tom Brady. He's your biggest asset right now, your biggest investment that you made in the offseason. You want to keep him standing up.
Chris Wirfs going to have a tough time against Aaron Donald. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, so you say everything's about Aaron Donald right now. So, yeah, that was Tampa Bay's pick. Hey, Billy, we appreciate you coming on for the pick. Billy actually will be back here for, I believe, the Cowboys pick here coming up here. A few picks down the line. Billy's going to be covering. Billy's going to be taking care of the Tampa Bay, the Dallas picks, and the New England pick as well. So, appreciate Billy for coming on. I think, Billy did hang up, I think. But, appreciate Billy for coming on here. Right now, we've got the Niners back on the clock. They definitely are taking a receiver.
Yeah, I got to believe, Rudy, they're going receiver here. And this receiving core is actually pretty good. There are a few guys that, like Pettis, right? I mean, he doesn't seem to be coming into his own. But you had a guy like CeeDee Lamb with Samuel there, with Kittle. And not only that, Rudy, they're trying to go trade for the tight end of the Giants. If that goes through.
Evan Ingram, yeah.
If they get him with CeeDee Lamb or Judy there at receiver,
we'll see.
I'm gonna be crying. I'm gonna be crying.
We'll see.
That's what's gonna happen.
Yeah, we'll see. So San Francisco is on the clock. We're gonna take a quick commercial break here on the 2020 NFL Draft Sweep the League special. I am Rudy Campos Jr. with Coach Gio. We'll be right back in a few seconds. Calling all sports fans and sports card collectors. Yes, Rudy Campos Jr. from Sweep the League coming to you about DC Sports 87. I have gotten back into the card collecting industry because it is now a major investment. Ever wonder what it feels like to pull a Mike Trout autograph? How about some of the rookies from this year's hot NFL class, such as Chase Young, Joe Burrow, even Tua? Get your chance now to pull some of these great athletes on DC Sports 87. All you have to do is go to Facebook, search DC Sports 87 Facebook group page, click join. Zach and Boogs will be glad to accept you into the group, and you can participate in all breaks of all sports, baseball, football, basketball, whatever. They've got it there. So check out DC Sports 87 on Facebook. Calling all sports fans and sports card collectors. Yeah. And we are back from a commercial break there again. That is DC Sports 87. They are basically their card collecting group, man. They break cards and stuff. I've gotten back into that there. Definitely doing good. So we are back here on the 2020 NFL Draft Sweep the League special. Rudy Campos Jr. here, Coach Gio. We're still on technically a little break. We're waiting for the 49ers to come back, so Gio will be back here in just a little bit here. 49ers on the clock. We're talking definitely wide receiver. I feel that we've got CeeDee Lamb going to the Niners here. I'm hoping that's the pick. That's my belief.
No, I'm hoping it's not the pick.
Well, honestly, I've got Audric's in here on our comments here. Audric's a 49er fan. He wants Jerry Jeudy. He is saying Jerry Jeudy's the next Julio Jones. I do see that. Jeudy has the potential to be as good as Julio Jones.
He does.
And you've got to remember, you've got a head coach, Kyle Shanahan, who has already coached Julio Jones. Makes perfect sense to get a player similar to Julio in Jerry Jeudy. What are they going to do? Jerry Jeudy obviously is a good pick. I like CeeDee Lamb. We're going to see. I would definitely be surprised. I am pretty sure 49er Nation would be extremely upset if it wasn't a wide receiver right here. You have Nick Bosa, probably the best defensive player last year in the league itself. You've got a young defense, even though they did trade the Buckner Force to the Colts for this pick. You still have an elite defense. You still got a top defense.
The Colts could have got one of these really good receivers, and they need some help at receiver.
Okay, yeah, and they do need help at receiver. We don't know what the Colts. You've got Phillips Rivers now with the Colts, so the pick is in. Let's see what they do. We're both assuming that it is going to be a wide receiver. No, they can't take a Jordan Love. Not here. You're paying Jimmy G way too much money, man. So definitely we're looking at either Jerry Jeudy or CeeDee Lamb to be taken here for the San Francisco 49ers. They are already Super Bowl contenders. Does this put them over the hump? We will see. It was the second time that Kyle has lost the lead in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, when was the first time, Rudy? I don't remember.
I don't remember. I think they were playing the Schmalkins or something, or not the Schmalkins, but Patriots were playing the Schmalkins, and he decided to blow a 28-3 lead. And why do we bring this stuff up? This is draft night, Gio. This isn't
I think it was more Matt Ryan's fault than just Shanahan, but
I've been saying it all year. When we get into more NFL team previews and stuff towards the summer, we'll get into the Falcons' heartaches. They've broken my heart a lot, and I'm still a fan. Obviously, sadly, I'm still a fan. But nonetheless, don't take any momentum away from the San Francisco 49ers, man. Definitely can't take anything away from that. We've got Michael DeLeon here. He's thinking Henderson or Kaysen for Dallas. Henderson is already gone, so it can't be Henderson. Come on, Kaysen. Hey, Kaysen would be a great pick.
Kaysen fits well.
I still think Dallas takes Xavier McKinney. They need safety help. Well, that is massive.
Jerry Jones might make a mistake because he's the only one that's apparently drafting in that draft room, which, Rudy, I find that to be very strange.
Yeah. So the Niners are with the pick in. They are taking defense. Javon Kinlaw, defensive tackle, South Carolina. They did not go with.
Baby. SEC. They did not go. Thank God they didn't go with another receiver. I can take another defensive player.
Yeah, they didn't go with the receiver. They're not going to rip the hearts out of the Ram fans or anything like that. But Javon Kinlaw, defensive tackle out of South Carolina. You've got a good motor on the kid. He's going to be quick. He had some decent numbers. He had some good numbers last year with South Carolina. Plays in the SEC, the best division or the best conference in all of college football. You've obviously watched Javon Kinlaw a lot, knowing that you support Georgia. You're a Georgia fan, so you're talking 35 tackles, 6 sacks, 6'5" and an 8, 324 pounds. This kid, obviously, he's going to be a presence on the defensive side. I didn't expect him to actually go this high, especially to the Niners. Especially, they could have filled a major need at wide receiver. But what do you got coming into Javon Kinlaw?
Rudy, I saw this guy against Georgia. Against South Carolina, and they actually upsetted us last season in overtime. And he was one of the big reasons why All-American Rudy, he's a very good player. His stats may not be eye-popping, but he's long, he's versatile. His combination of just strength and athleticism is going to work well. And the 49ers have had a very good defense last season. He's going to fit pretty well with this defense as they lost Buckner to the Colts. Not very good with double teams, but hey, who's very good with double teams coming out of college? It's not something that's always done, though I think he'll fit pretty well in the next few years. The 49ers get their guy. I had a feeling they could go defense here, though I thought really receiver would make sense. But as a Rams fan, I'm glad that they just got another defensive player. So, though, he's very good. And I think DeLeon wanted him with the Cowboys, right?
No, I think Michael DeLeon was talking about Kaysen.
Okay.
On Kaysen. So, I mean, I think that could happen for the Cowboys. I still think the Cowboys go Xavier McKinney, safety out of Alabama. I mean, he's the best safety out there. They need help in that position. They desperately need help at that position. But yeah, Michael did find out that the Jags did take C.J. Henderson early, so he's hoping for Kaysen, I'm sure. But yeah, man, you're going definitely defensive here for the 49ers. You basically line this guy up with Nick Bosa. I mean, you're not doing anything bad. No. You didn't do wrong. I'm sure Niner Nation wanted CeeDee Lamb, wanted Jerry Jeudy. They wanted that receiver, that explosive receiver that they definitely they could have had. I mean, they did lose, and he's not explosive anymore, but they did lose Emmanuel Sanders to the Saints. So a receiver would have made a whole lot of sense. Javon Kinlaw does make sense to a certain extent. He does. You did lose a force in the draft in the trade to the Colts. You kind of replace it. You kind of replace him with Javon Kinlaw. I think Kinlaw's going to be a project right now. Yeah. I don't think he's going to make that much noise quite yet. But next on the clock, Denver is on the clock. John Elway. I've been saying it for a long time. John Elway's kind of been screwing up on these drafts here. Does he get it right this time?
Rudy, if I'm John Elway, I'd probably draft to Jordan Love. Seriously.
This is where you think Elway loves him some Jordan Love.
Listen, you need a quarterback. And damn it, John, you keep screwing this shit up every year. Go get yourself a Jordan Love. If they don't, I expect Vic Fangio to go linebacker here. Maybe Patrick Queen. And awesome. Potentially could be his guy. But if I'm the Broncos, though, too, Rudy, probably wide receiver. Probably wide receiver. I mean, you have CeeDee Lamb there. You got Jeudy there. They need help at receiver. They already got one stud. You pair him up with another guy. Hey, I won't be surprised. I think they either go linebacker, receiver, or quarterback. Shock the world. Jordan Love, if he got the balls, John. Only if he got the balls.
I don't know, man. I mean, everybody seems to be sold on Drew Lock. Everybody does. And
hey, listen,
he's going to get you done, but he's not. Is he better than Jordan Love? I don't think so. I mean, you really can't say Drew Lock is better than Jordan Love.
If Andy Reid traded up to go get Pat Mahomes, and people were shocked, Rudy. I remember they were shocked.
Yeah.
Just sometimes you got to take a risk, Rudy, if you truly believe. But hey,
I'm not going to say Jordan Love is the answer here. Audric is saying, hey, Jordan Love is better than Paxton Lynch. Everybody's better than Paxton Lynch at this point. I mean, Paxton Lynch was a very well-hyped quarterback coming into his draft class. Didn't do anything at all. Jordan Love is a possibility here for Elway. I think they really do need to go linebacker. I like Patrick Queen in this position. What do they do? The pick is in. I've actually got it in front of me here. They went wide receiver. They decided to go Jerry Jeudy, wide receiver out of Alabama. So you did mention they could go wide receiver in this position. We both thought maybe linebacker would be good. You mentioned Jordan Love. They ended up going with the latter part. Jerry Jeudy, wide receiver at Alabama, 6'1", 193 pounds. We're talking a guy, 77 receptions, 1,165 yards, 10 touchdowns. Could you easily compare him to Julio Jones, or who do you compare him to out there? Because I think Julio's a little bit far of a reach on that, but Who do you have him compared to coming into this draft?
He reminds me, and it's not any big time players, but that's okay. He actually reminds me of Calvin Ridley a little bit, Robert Woods. Yeah. He has kind of that look of those super receivers, and people might say Robert Woods. Hey, Robert Woods is a very good receiver in the NFL. Jerry Jeudy, to me, Rudy, is the best route runner in the draft, and a lot of people have been making fun of his Wonderlic test. Who cares? Trust me, he's going to have the last laugh. To me, the route running is extremely well. He had some drops last season in some key games, but overall, quick, Rudy. He's twitchy as a receiver. I love the route running. So Denver has put themselves in a position to at least be decent next season. Rudy, what's the name of their other big time? It's Cortland Sutton. Yeah, Cortland Sutton on one side. Sorry. Probably Jerry Jeudy because they ain't got nothing else. I think that's going to be a pretty good tandem for the Broncos, a team who needs to be competitive next season.
Yeah, and again, I thought it was way too early to probably start talking about taking Jordan Love. If we're talking Jordan Love now, I've still got him going to New England. I mean, that's where I think he's going to go.
Watch out for the Raiders, Rudy, because don't the Raiders have another pick
in the first round? I do believe they do. Actually, I need to check. I don't have it in front of me here, but
I think they have the 19th pick.
I mean, you are talking that the Raiders do have the 19th pick. Do they take Jordan Love there? It's very possible, man.
It's very possible there.
You've already got Henry Ruggs there in see, there you go, Oakland. You've already got Henry Ruggs there in Las Vegas. Why not get him a quarterback like a Jordan Love? Even though I don't see them taking him right there. It's possible. I mean, they are one of the teams that I said John Gruden may take Jordan Love. I still think he falls to New England at 23. But as of right now, we are on the Dirty Birds pick. We're talking my Atlanta Falcons, Rashad's Atlanta Falcons from the Prophets podcast. What do we want? Obviously, I wanted CJ Henderson in the worst possible way. Ain't going to happen, obviously. So what are we looking at the Falcons to do? I mean, you can go Kaysen right here. Do they go and take a Patrick Queen? Is it possible that they do the unthinkable and take what we talked about, DeAndre Swift from Georgia there? I mean, the Falcons are on the clock. What do you think they're going to do? I'm going to put you on the spot because this is my team. What do you think they do? If it's me, out of what's left, give me DeAndre Swift. I'll take DeAndre Swift right here.
Rudy, they might go defense here. I mean, their offense is probably set. They did a ton of offensive line last season. I think they go defense here. I think a cornerback, because remember, they were trying to trade up in the draft, potentially pick the quarterback out of Ohio State. So they're probably going to potentially draft a quarterback. A.J. Terrell from Clemson is still out there. Maybe a tad bit early for him. And also this guy from LSU, the defensive end. What's his name? Kavon.
Clayson.
Yeah. So I think they go defense. I really think they go defense, a cornerback or the defensive end.
If they go cornerback, I would like to see Trevon Diggs, even though it's pretty early. I think a Trevon Diggs out of Alabama, I would be happy with. You still, like you said, you still got A.J. Terrell, you still got Jeff Gladney out there. I mean, you still got cornerbacks out there. Edward Granado is dropping my nickname. Falcons pick is in. They select Ravishing Rudy. Laugh out loud. That is a bowling
Ravishing
nickname.
Rick Rude.
That's a bowling name that I don't think I will ever get out of. The pick is in for Atlanta. We will see what the Falcons do here. Gio's feeling that they will go with the defensive player here. Probably they could go with Kaysen out of LSU. I like Diggs out of Alabama at cornerback. It makes sense for them to go get a cornerback, since every year it just seems like everybody just throws whatever at the Falcons, and their receivers have big days and all. So give me a cornerback. Give me somebody on the defensive side. If not, entertain me. Get me a running back. DeAndre Swift. I would definitely take a DeAndre Swift at this part of the draft. Does it happen? I seriously doubt that. Michael DeLeon, yep, tons of good cornerbacks out there still. He's correct. I mean, this draft is loaded. We've said it from the moment we went on the air. We've actually said it for a week. It's a very deep draft.
A very deep draft, and you can get some very good players in that second, third round, which a lot of the times the best players are in those second, third rounds.
Exactly. And I agree 100% with you. The problem is that I wish we were able to cover more than just the first round. So next year we'll probably be able to cover round 2, and then maybe we'll sub to round 3. But
7 rounds of football.
Yeah, I don't think we can go the whole time, but yeah, we're gonna try to expand this definitely for next year. I just actually, it's kind of funny, guys, in our earphones and in our headbuds or whatever, we can hear Chris, our engineer, in the background. And as moment as I said, let's try to cover at least the second round, all we get is a no. I don't think Chris could do this. So says Audrey Grant, Rudy, you haven't seen defense in 4 seasons. I have. He's right. I haven't seen defense in 4 seasons in Atlanta. I mean, it's almost like Dallas, right? There's no D in Dallas. That whole joke right there. So, yeah, I'm thinking it's got to be a defensive player here. I like the cornerback situation. Give me Trevon Diggs if you want to go corner. I like Kaysen on the defensive end side. But again, you know what? Atlanta's always been about scoring and, losing leads in Super Bowls. If you're going to go offensive side, like I said, DeAndre Swift is definitely a player you got. You lost Tevin Coleman. You don't have him anymore. I love Tevin Coleman. I was a huge Tevin Coleman fan. And you ended up keeping Devontae Freeman. I don't like Devontae Freeman. He reminds me too much of a Marion Barber. Marion Barber would barrel guys and then do a flip and fall on his head. I mean, he wasn't the classic running back. Same thing you get out of Freeman. I don't
just
like
relax and give Freedom. Just show some respect to your old running back, Rudy.
No, why? I don't like him.
He almost won your Super Bowl.
Oh, yeah, almost doesn't count. So, the Michael DeLeon is here. What is Denver doing? It said pick is in forever now. Actually, the Falcons are on the clock, and they went with AJ.
I just said that, Rudy. AJ Terrell.
Of course, Gio. You are the Mel Kiper, and you know what? You're better than Mel Kiper because your mock draft, your picks are spot on as they were last year. AJ Terrell coming in here, 6'1", 180. This kid is probably not going to be a defensive stopper. He's going to be a cornerback that's going to get to the job done. He's not going to be, I think, elite, like I said, as far as like a Jeff Okudah or even a CJ Henderson, but he's not going to be shut down. What he's going to be is he's going to be that cornerback to give receivers fits. He's going to be a very good player. He's going to be a starter for years and years to come. Good pick by the Falcons. I would have preferred Trevon Diggs from Alabama. But, hey, a cornerback out of Clemson, A.J. Terrell, still one of the better cornerbacks out there in the draft. Gio, what do you feel about A.J. Terrell? And be nice to my Falcons, please.
I think the Falcons are a very good player. I think he's going to come in, and the defense that's been struggling the past several years, he's going to come in and play very well. I mean, he's long, he's lengthy, he's quick on his feet. He also has very, very good athleticism, which I think is crucial for a team like Atlanta, which seemed like last season wasn't very athletic at all, especially on defense. Listen, is he the best corner in the draft? No. Does he lack some of the decision-making? Yes. But you're going to get a guy in here who's going to be able to learn under a pretty good defensive mind, in my opinion, even though his defense hasn't played very well. And he's going to be able to come in and play. Listen, could this be a missed pick? Sure, it really could. But I think the Falcons will be able to. Rudy, I'm going to be right back. I have to get my charger, okay?
All right, no problem. We'll keep it here on the highlight here for a second. Definitely, A.J. Terrell, I'm pretty excited about this pick here for the Falcons. Like I said, my thing was I would have definitely gone with Trevon Diggs. I like him just a little bit better. I have him a little higher on my board when it comes to cornerbacks than Terrell, but I'm not upset. I'm pretty happy about the pick. I will take A.J. Terrell any day. The Dallas Cowboys are on the clock right now. Let me get to some comments right here. We've got Michael DeLeon basically saying Kaysen or McKinney, or we riot, well, we will riot in place. Definitely, yes. Because the Cowboys are picking, we brought back in Billy Woodward, again, newest member of our Sweep the League podcast. Billy's covering Tampa Bay, Dallas, and New England, which we have New England coming up here in a little while. But hey, Billy, right now we've seen some Cowboy fans saying that they want to probably see Kaysen or McKinney. I said McKinney. Dallas could take the best safety in this draft in Xavier McKinney out of Alabama. What are you thinking that the Cowboys are going to be doing right here?
If you would have told me 12 hours ago that we'd have had CeeDee Lamb or Caleb Vaughn or any of these guys available right now, I would have said you're crazy. I like CeeDee. I think if he's there, you take him. I said that 2 weeks now. They literally have whatever they need right now. Jerry Jones is literally split in two right now. He's locked up in his little fortress, and he's got to make this pick. And I really, really would like to see CeeDee Lamb in a Cowboys jersey. That's just me.
CeeDee Lamb in a Cowboys jersey, that is – I mean, we're not going to say it's not impossible. This is Jerry Jones, not Stephen Jones picking. You know, here's what I kind of get into, and I'll get Gio's opinion on this for the Cowboys. Billy's mentioning CeeDee Lamb. Of course, I say, I want to go Xavier McKinney from Alabama because they need a safety. We see a lot of fans wanting them to go defensive side. Michael's basically saying Kaysen is another good pick for them. Here's the thing: is CeeDee Lamb going to the Cowboys, would that be a Mike McCarthy type of pick, knowing McCarthy was with Aaron Rodgers, Jordy Nelson, Devontae Adams, Randall Cobb? I mean, he's got that passing mentality. So would a CeeDee Lamb basically benefit from here? Gio, you got the call on this, Gio?
Yes. Can you repeat that, Rudy? Sorry, you were breaking up.
No problem. I'm saying the CeeDee Lamb makes sense here for the Cowboys because of Mike McCarthy, knowing what he's had in the past with Aaron Rodgers, as well as his receivers, Jordy Nelson, Ronald Cobb, Devontae Adams.
Yes, though if it's indeed that Jerry's in a room by himself, doesn't that show disrespect to the head coach? I mean, it's like, I know more football than you, Mike McCarthy. But anyway, I digress. Yes, though I think they should go defense here, Rudy. But I think CeeDee Lamb could be that sexy pick that Jerry wants. And it's a receiving core. If they get him, they're going to be one of the better receiving cores in the league. Though I think Amari Cooper tends to disappear in big games. So he might be going towards wide receiver, maybe a little bit more than defense at this point.
Well, that'll be a surprise pick if they definitely go wide receiver. You don't pass up a player like CeeDee Lamb, obviously, in this draft. Remember, Cowboy fans, what happens when you passed on one Randy Moss? Came back to bite you. Do you dare do it again? Does Jerry dare do it again? I like.
Hey, Rudy, you there?
Yeah, Billy, you here?
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay,
sorry.
Good. Yeah, no problem. I think you're probably going to go. Like I said, I want them to go defense. A lot of Cowboy fans are hoping they go defense. McKinney's the top guy. Kaysen is definitely still there. But again, you can't pass up a guy like CeeDee Lamb. It's tough to pass up a guy like him. They don't need linebackers, so they're not going Patrick Queen. I mean, this is something that I think Cowboy fans, like Michael said, and he said it jokingly, it's riot or not. So the pick is in, and Billy was right after mentioning it. You don't pass up.
Thank goodness.
Yeah, you don't pass up on a player like CeeDee Lamb if he's available. This guy dropped all the way to 18. You're talking CeeDee Lamb, probably one, if not the best player, wide receiver in college football last season. 62 receptions, 1327, 1,300 yards, Gio and Billy, 14 touchdowns. We're talking about a kid who is a game changer. You're going to be lining up him right up against next to Amari Cooper, who you just signed. This wide receiver core, Billy, where does this put the Cowboys receiving core? Is it one of the best in the league, or is it probably the best in the league?
If I ever hear Dak complain about not having anybody to throw to, I'll be extraordinarily upset. CD starts at the slot. I mean, you've got Amari Cooper and you've got Michael Gallup, and now you've put CeeDee Lamb in the mix. By the way, who better to learn from than Amari Cooper? This is the best fit for CeeDee Lamb that could ever be possible. I'm super stoked right now.
Yeah, and I'm actually seeing some Cowboy fans, Michael Dillon, asking, can he play the slot? Yeah, that's probably where he's going to end up starting, is what Billy said, in the slot position. This pick for the Cowboys, I know it's probably not, I'm going to say this in a very vague kind of way. It's not a sexy pick for Dallas because there was probably other needs that you needed before that second receiver. Michael Gallup was coming into his own at the Cowboys organization. You have Amari Cooper. There was a lot of connection between Dak and Amari there. I was thinking, you know what? This wide receiver core is so deep that you could get that second guy or that slot guy that you really want later on in the draft. I mean, like I said, you probably still have Rieger there. You'll still have Sims from Baylor out there. I mean, you still got a lot of people out there. So, but again, you don't want to wait when you have the best or one of the best wide receivers available at this pick. Gio, how do you feel about this Cowboy pick?
I really like the pick. I mean, for a team that needs a little bit more oomph on that offensive side, at least at receiver. Amari Cooper tends to disappear in big games. Michael Gallup still inconsistent at times. You add another threat to that offensive Mike McCarthy, which is down the field style passing. I think it's a great fit, though. Dak Prescott's not coming into camp until he has a contract. So, hopefully Dak can get in there early and really have some rapport with these guys. Because if Dak holds out for most of the offseason heading into the season, then there could be some not so great moments. So I think this is an awesome pick for the Cowboys, adding another big-time threat to that offense.
And, the good thing is, the thing about this whole draft so far, picks 1 through 17, I really can't grade anybody lower than an A, maybe a B plus at worst. I mean, this draft, all these teams are getting players that are available to them that they truly, truly need. And that's the good thing about this, is that this isn't a draft where you're kind of scratching your head. I mean, yeah, we saw Isaiah Simmons fall. But, again, it wasn't like, it wasn't a bad pick for Arizona to take him at that spot. Even though they need other help, they can still get that offensive tackle help later on down the line. But, yeah, I mean, looking at this entire draft so far, it's been really good for every team that has drafted on this. But for right now, Miami is on the clock. Billy, thanks for coming in for the Dallas pick. We'll be seeing Billy here in a little while when New England picks. Again, Billy Woodward is part of the Sweep the League family. We appreciate him for being here. Thanks for coming on, Billy. We'll see you here in a little bit when New England picks.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, buddy. We will see Billy again, like I said, here when New England picks. Billy is covering Tampa Bay, New England, and the Cowboys for us. So right now on the clock is Miami. It's their second pick. They went ahead and took Tua earlier with the number 5 pick. We will see what Miami does here. We're going to take a quick little commercial break. We'll be right back here on the 2020 NFL Draft Sweep the League coverage, the show. I am Rudy Campos Jr. for Coach Gio. We'll be right back in a couple of seconds. Hey guys, Rudy Campos Jr. here from Sweep the League, talking to you about lawn care. San Antonio residents, if you need lawn care, contact JW Lawn Care. Jason Wiley is the man you want to contact. His number is 210-728-8532. Reasonable rates, quick and professional. It's a family-owned business. He offers military and senior discounts. Again, Jason Wiley, JW Lawn Care. I'm one of his clients. I can attest to the job that he does. Contact Jason, 210-728-8532. And we are back from commercial break. The Miami Dolphins are on the clock. This is the trade. This is the pick they got from Pittsburgh. So definitely we saw Tua go earlier. This is where you could see a DeAndre Swift go, possibly.
Oh, Rudy, I would actually think that this is a perfect fit to have a running back here for a team that doesn't have a running back, I mean, they could definitely go defense here. They could go wide receiver. But if you can add Swift, Tua, and they got a ton of other picks in this draft, why not get yourself a pretty good damn running back behind a team last season?
You could go Kaysen right here as well. I mean, dude, how bad I'm trying to remember here. How bad are they on the linebacker part? Because, I mean, you've got Patrick Queen sitting there. Do they desperately need a linebacker?
I think they probably do. I mean, their defense, I mean, that first half of that season, they played, I mean, as bad as you could imagine, Rudy. The second half of the season, the Dolphins were in some of those games, and they played teams tough last season. And to me, their defense improved, but they could either go defense here, or I could see them going running back at this position. And Swift is sitting right there perfectly wrapped in a Christmas present for you, because you got a guy like that in there who can run in between the tackles. Not a ton of volume last year at Georgia, but they need a running back right now. And why not? Why not
DeAndre? I mean, DeAndre does make sense for them to go here. If you're talking other running backs, I mean, DeAndre Swift obviously is ranked high on our list for running backs, but you still got Jonathan Taylor from Wisconsin out there. You still got J.K. Dobbins from Ohio State.
Yeah.
Both these guys are explosive backs. I did talk about Zach Moss, who I loved at the beginning of the season and loved at the end of the season. I mean, Zach Moss is one of the most underrated running backs coming in. He's out of Utah coming into this draft. Zach Moss is definitely one of the guys you want to keep your eye on. I say he goes probably round 3 or 4, but you still got a lot of potential for the running back position out there. This is like you said, this is a perfect place for them to take a DeAndre Swift to pair him right there with Tua. You still got Devontae Parker. I mean, they're in Miami. So
hey, you know what? Parker played very well down the stretch, especially in fantasy, Rudy. One of the top fantasy receivers towards the end of the season. So they have a receiver there. They could definitely get another one, but I think running back just makes the most logical sense, because remember, they traded Kenyon Drake, Rudy. They literally don't have a running back on their team. Yeah, I mean, I could be wrong, Rudy. I could be wrong, but they don't seem to have any other running back really there. But they also can go offensive line as well. This is a team that needs to improve as well up front.
I mean, you still got Ezra Cleveland out there. You still got you guys. And as we are hearing the pick coming in right now, Miami does take offensive tackle. You just mentioned it right now. Right before the pick came in, they took Austin Jackson. So they went offensive tackle. You still had a Josh Jones out there from Houston. But, hey, Austin Jackson, offensive tackle from USC. Again, not one of the higher-end offensive tackles in this draft, but definitely one that's going to give you high performance every single game. He's going to be there. He's a good block. He has good blocking ability. He can move defenders left to right. I mean, this guy can be a difference maker. You need someone to protect Tua. I have no doubt in my mind Austin Jackson will be a perfect pick. I'm sad they didn't take DeAndre Swift in this position. But again, Miami does have another pick coming up.
They do?
If Swift falls, that might be another potential. But if you see a guy like Josh Jones from Houston still there, do you go back-to-back offensive tackles in this draft?
You could, Rudy. I mean, if you can get 2 offensive tackles and pretty good offensive tackles, not great, but very good at what they do, potentially that could be a spot there. But I really think, Rudy, if he's there at 26, go get a running back. Though, Rudy, I thought it was a little early for Austin Jackson.
That's why I'm thinking that's pretty.
I thought he would have gone maybe 26. Probably would have still been there for him, though. He's a very good player. Can he come in right away? He's still developing his technique, still kind of coming into his own, but he has the traits, he has the motor skills. He could definitely play certain other positions. So, hey, was it early? I think it was early, but they probably got a notion that maybe some other team potentially could draft him. So they said, what the hell, let's go draft him now. Though I think He probably would have been there at 26 because you still got Jones from Houston that's still on the board. So
yeah, which I have early. Jones higher. I have Jones higher than Austin Jackson.
I do have Jones though, Rudy. I think with Jones, that injury concern, I think that's coming right. I think teams are really worried about that. But the later he goes, Rudy, he's probably going to go to a pretty good team that already has a tackle. He can sit back, learn from the starter up front, and maybe in a year or two, he'll be ready to go.
Yeah, exactly. Raiders are on the clock. The Las Vegas Raiders, they made a big old splash earlier. Henry Ruggs, the third wide receiver. This is a potential spot where we see my opinion, because I called Danny Dimes last year, the best quarterback, probably most underrated quarterback to come out of this draft, in Jordan Love. This kid is he's got a lot of talent, and he's definitely one you're going to want to watch for years to come. Jordan Love is this the place where Jordan Love goes? Does he go to the Raiders and learn under Chucky himself? If he doesn't go here, we're looking at my New England pick is looking pretty good here. We know Bill's sitting back with a martini or something, just probably a big old smile, seeing my guy is probably going to drop if he doesn't be taken here. Other than that, I mean, outside of Jordan Love, they've got the receiver. They could use some help on the defensive side. You still have Patrick Queen out there. You still have Xavier McKinney from Alabama. The Raiders do need some safety help. So I think Gruden's actually in a perfect spot here. You've got a lot of positions that you could fill with this draft pick, with this pick right here at number 19.
Yeah, Rudy, I think there's a ton of positions he can go. You go Jordan Love. He can shock the world, go get himself a quarterback. Or they can go offensive line. They can definitely go defense here. That defense, much maligned last season, they couldn't stop a nosebleed. So I think maybe lean more towards defense. Like you said, Patrick Queen is out there at the moment. He's a guy that I love his kind of motor. I think defense would be logical here, though. Hey, if Chucky loves himself some Jordan Love, I'm pretty sure he wouldn't mind taking the risk.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here. The pick is in for the Raiders. Again, they did take Henry Ruggs the third earlier. Could they stay on the offensive side of the ball? Is this even where you may even see who we talked about, Josh Jones? I mean, someone going like him going here for the offensive line.
Yeah, and they had some injuries last year on the offensive side, so I won't be surprised if offensive line could be a thing that they go after.
Exactly. So the pick is in. Obviously, we're waiting for the pick to come through officially. I'm last second here, and the pick is in. Let me see who I'm sorry. Damon Arnett, cornerback from Ohio State. That's kind of to me, that's kind of a little shocker there, because Arnett wasn't really ranked too high on my board. You still had guys like Jalen Johnson, Jeff Gladney out there, but hey, Chucky must have seen something from Damon Arnett that we haven't seen, because I definitely didn't have Arnett going. And not only that, you still got Christian Fulton out there from LSU cornerback.
Damon Arnett.
Arnett.
What the hell? Did that make a mistake, Rudy?
I don't know. Maybe this is one of those things where the pick was supposed to be this guy and you accidentally clicked.
Jalen Johnson's still out there. Trevon Diggs, like you said.
Trevon Diggs.
Xavier McKinley. And you go with one of actually.
I mean, Arnett's not a bad kid.
He's not really, but he's one of the lower graded secondary players, at least from that first half, like echelon of players. He's towards the end. Mm-hmm. Sean, what are you doing?
Yeah, this is the first surprise pick. I think this is where we said the entire draft, all the teams have gotten an A so far. I think Chucky just went down a grade here. We're going to go with the B. I love the Henry Ruggs pick, but the Arnett pick, I'm not too happy about. I'm not satisfied with that. When you still have a player like Trevon Diggs, but screw Diggs, you've got the best safety out there, like we've been saying, Xavier McKinney, out there from Alabama. No, why is he dropping? I have no idea. I figured if anywhere he would have gone here for the Las Vegas Raiders, but they did end up going with Damon Arnett, 5'11", 5'8", 195 pounds. He's got good size. He's got good speed. It's not top speed. It's about average speed. Basically, what you're getting with Damon Arnett is you're getting just a solid cornerback, someone who, I'm not gonna lie, he doesn't have the recovery speed that you would like to see in a cornerback. He can defend a lot of receivers, but where you see him struggle a lot is that I don't think he has the ability to I guess make the tackle on the outside when you got the running back coming on the outside, or even running back individual. He's very easy to block, when it comes to the defense side of the ball. It's a guy that doesn't really, excite anybody right now. I had Arnett actually going probably like around round 3.
Really, I had him going to Kansas City, and that Kansas City's pick in the second round. This is a little strange to me, really. I don't know what exactly, John was thinking here. Listen, and one of the big things about Damian was he offers a bit of versatility as a defensive player. So you're going to be able to move him around, but, his ball skills is pretty good. His tendencies, very aggressive style corner. What happens sometimes, really, with aggressive style corners, right? They take risk, right? Like a Marcus Peters style, which I hated when he was with the Rams. So he's a guy that's willing to take risk. He's very aggressive as a corner. So I think with John's thinking, maybe we can move him around, see where he can play, maybe inside, outside. But this is a huge head scratcher for me because I had him going in the second round, Rudy, but probably Kansas City. But that's in the late second round. That's not even in the early second round. So this is a big head scratcher for me. John, cocaine's a hell of a drug. That's all I'm going to say.
It's something that is a mind scratcher, but you know what? It's not the NFL draft if we don't.
We could be wrong. We could be wrong, Rudy. We could be wrong.
Exactly.
You chosen wrong.
Yeah, Michael was saying the classic Raiders pick. CD and Jerry Jeudy is there, but they end up going with Ruggs. Trust me, Michael, it's not a bad pick at all. Henry Ruggs for the Raiders, not a bad pick at all. He's right. Now they take Arnett over guys like Gladney, Diggs, and Johnson. That's the head scratcher. You've got 3 way better cornerbacks out there.
There's
still
a ton of more just secondary players, period. Though I think, like I said, the aggressiveness, maybe John wanted more of a guy who can do a little bit of everything at the corner spot. He's very versatile. And as the defenses get or try to get more complex because the offenses are so ahead right now, maybe that was John's thinking. But I thought, damn, that's a big reach. Super reach.
Yeah, definitely. So right now the Jaguars are on the clock. Again, this is a team that has a lot of needs. The pick is in, and actually we're waiting for them to announce the pick. Again, this is somewhere where, okay, you've still got a McKinney out there. You could use some safety help in Jacksonville, definitely. You've got Clevon Kaysen. Is this where DeAndre Swift goes? I mean, there are talk about Leonard Fournette being traded from Jacksonville. So we could possibly see a DeAndre Swift pick right here. I kind of hope not, because I would like to see DeAndre go to Miami later on. But Jacksonville really can do whatever they want on this pick.
Yeah, Rudy, I think I had A.J. Terrell going to Jacksonville, though obviously he was already taken. The Jags are, like I said, they need a little bit of everything right now, though that defense has basically been depleted the past several years as Jalen Ramsey has less, Fowler's gone, right? I mean, they've lost some of their key guys. Don't be surprised if potentially one of those safety players that we've seen a little bit higher up probably be taken. But overall, they just need so much help that they're probably going to go defense here.
I would think so. I'm going to throw a little curveball at you here. You have Gardner Minshew. You need a safety blanket. Is this where you could see a surprise pick like a Cole Kmet, a tight end out of Notre Dame?
Potentially. I mean, there are some pretty good receivers. And as we've talked about earlier, Rudy, the Jags, their receivers just seem to be all the same. They don't have a tight end. The running back might get traded. So I wouldn't be surprised if they go tight end here. They need to get this guy some damn help and more consistent help. So
could we see a possible Josh Jones right here out of Houston?
Yes, though I think I just feel like there's bigger needs besides the offensive line, which is still a need. But trust me right now, I think they should go receiver, though I think they're probably going to go defense just because there's some pretty good defensive players left. I mean, there's still Kavon Chasen's left, right?
Yeah, I mean, Cason's still out there. I mean, you still have a lot of defensive players out there.
Chasen was projected to go to the Cowboys, so that's probably a steal if they can get him in. Though, like I said, Jacksonville is just one of those teams that they're just kind of in limbo right now because they literally need a little bit of everything.
If you're looking defensive end, and I like Michael DeLeon's comment here, even Gio Carper Jr. couldn't pick that Raiders selection. I mean, that's true. You could even go if you don't go Kaysen. If you didn't go Kaysen, you could go AJ Epineza. You still have Yetur Gross-Matos out there.
You do.
Julian Okwara from Notre Dame is definitely another one. I mean, and as you said, we both mentioned him right now. Jacksonville did go defensive end. Kavon Kaysen out of LSU. You're getting a guy that's giving you 52 tackles last season. I believe it was like 4.5 sacks last season from LSU. 6'3", 254 pounds. Again, he's a monster inside. Is he going to be a huge difference maker? It just depends, man. This is one of the guys where it's not a bad pick. It's a really good pick for them. It fills a void. It fills that need that they need over in Jacksonville. There's so many guys that they could have gone with. I don't think Kaysen was a bad pick. This guy should have gone earlier in the draft. And why he dropped, again, I don't know. There's a few players that I'm still scratching my head on as to why they dropped.
Yeah, Rudy, I think it's a pretty good pick. And like you said, he was going to go earlier. So you get a guy kind of like a little bit of a steal. He's going to come in. He does need some time to bulk up a little bit. I think his frame is a little bit more on the kind of the stick side, if 254 is not necessarily a stick, but football-wise, he definitely does need to bulk up, but he's explosive, flexible. You need that bend when it comes to a defensive end. And Rudy, I think he's just scratched the surface at LSU. I think we're going to see a lot more of him in the NFL. And as he comes and kind of gets his man body, I'm telling you right now, he's an interesting player. A little bit of not a project per se, but when he comes into his man body, I think he's going to be a very good player.
Okay, yeah, and I totally agree. This is a guy that is under the radar a little bit. I mean, he should have been, I think, a top, maybe 16, 17 pick easily. But definitely he did go right now to the Jaguars. It's not a bad pick. Like I said, it fills the need for them, and that's the good thing is that it fills a need for him.
And also, Rudy, he tore his ACL in 2018, so I think you just haven't seen enough of him just yet. But I think in the NFL, I think he will show his true colors coming up soon.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And right now on the clock, we've got the Philadelphia Eagles. Man, this is where I can almost guarantee, I have a feeling where they're going. It's got to be wide receiver. I say Justin Jefferson goes to Philadelphia. You give Carson Wentz that receiver that he desperately needs. So I like Justin Jefferson right here for Philadelphia.
I like Justin as well, Rudy, but I think Denzel Mims is a guy, a big play guy, 6'3", 200 pounds. I like him a little bit more than Justin, though. I think receiver, though they need help on defense too, Rudy, but I think receiver just makes the most logical sense because Carson Wentz needs some more weapons, and that running game finally got going a little bit towards the end of the season. Jeffries, you don't know how long he's going to be. He's always hurt. Aguilar was hurt last year, right? So you definitely need a receiver to at least be healthy because, really, they were picking guys off from the street. They were picking up guys from Burger Boy. So,
well, okay, before we get to the pick, because I believe the pick is in, before they actually announce it here, real quick, there's a guy flying up the charts, flying up all the wide receiver charts. Brandon Ayuk from Arizona State University.
Yeah.
Talking about a kid, 65 receptions, 1,192 yards receiving, 8 touchdowns. Flying under the radar. This kid has shot up everybody's draft board. Could this be a position where we see this kid, Brandon, go to the Eagles right here? I mean, Justin Jefferson is a better receiver, in my opinion, but you can't sleep on Brandon Aiyuk as well.
You can't, Rudy. And just as you've been saying, Rudy, it's so deep. I mean, you got very good receivers all around. I won't be surprised because at this point, as you get later on in the first round, you're going to get some second-round guys kind of seeping in to the first round. So I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, anything can happen, as we can tell. I think, we've got the Eagles. I think they're going to go wide receiver. 22 is Minnesota on the clock, and we'll get to Minnesota here right after the Eagles pick. We actually will have Kevin coming on for the Minnesota pick. We'll get to that here in a second. I kind of see maybe a back-to-back wide receiver is possible, 21, 22.
And also the guy from TCU, what's his name? Jalen. Yeah, that could be another kid that potentially the Eagles might also like as well at that spot. So I think Justin Jefferson, he's a very good receiver, and I mean the Saints are sitting there coming up soon. I won't be surprised if this
other receiver, man. Come on.
What do you think about this? Who's their second receiver?
I would say Emmanuel Sanders, but I mean he's up there in age, so
yeah. But if three is better than
say
two.
Jefferson drops, you put Jefferson next to Thomas, that's pretty damn deadly.
No, that's what I'm saying. And then with Sanders being a little bit up there in age, he could probably play the slot. So,
but that's where you have Brandon Aiyuk in. I mean, that's your slot guy. You're not necessarily downfield guy. So Philly's on the clock right now. It looks like the pick is in. They're getting ready to select here. We both feel that it might be Justin Jefferson, wide receiver out of LSU. See if they pull a Philly special and surprise us.
And I wish the Rams had a first-round pick. They have so many damn good players.
This is the year where you want a first-round or –
Well, we got Jalen Ramsey, so, I mean, I can't be super upset.
How'd that work out for you?
Hey, he played pretty well. I have nothing against that.
So the pick is in. The Philadelphia Eagles do take Jalen Reagor out of TCU, wide receiver out of TCU. This is not a bad pick. I mean, they did need to go receiver. We both probably had Justin Jefferson higher than Reagor on our big boards. But again, not a bad pick. Real big guy, physical guy at that. I love Reagor's game. We're talking a guy, I think he caught 6 touchdown passes last year. Offense was kind of explosive. It was kind of good. He had 45 receptions, 611 yards. Reagor does bring the speed, man. He's going to bring the downfield type speed that you want. How do you think this benefits Philadelphia?
Well, Rudy, they get a guy that is productive, right? And they need another receiver. Some of his kind of shades of Brandon Cooks, so I hope he's better than Brandon Cooks. But I think Reagor fits well in this offensive scheme just because the Eagles, they don't have anyone at receiver that really, truly scares you, right? They had a few guys that came into their own last season at the end, but the Eagles, to me, need desperately help, and I think he's going to fit very well. He is 5'10", so maybe not the biggest, or actually 5'11", not the biggest guy in the world, but he's explosive, dangerous on tosses, sweeps, handoffs. He does a little bit of everything. They need someone like that in that system. He does tend to drop balls every now and then, but what receiver doesn't? They need someone who can really make plays, Rudy, versatile, and he's going to be able to fit right in because, I mean, he should be able to start day one. Maybe
definitely
probably the slot. I mean, it's just he needs to be on the field. He needs to be on the field. He's just too much of a playmaker to not be on the field.
Yeah, definitely. And, Jalen Reagor, definitely was not Reagor. That was Brandon Aiyuk there, the highlight reel. But no worries on that. Jalen Reagor was definitely the receiver. He's not going to give you Tyreek Hill type of performances. I mean, he could. I don't see him being anywhere near like a Tyreek Hill type performance. What I see with Reagor doing is, he's definitely not going to be, honestly, if you give me Reagor and J.J. Arcega-Whiteside, who they already have, I'm a bigger fan of J.J. Arcega-Whiteside over Reagor. So definitely not a bad pick. Definitely what we're going to do right now is we're going to bring in for the Minnesota Vikings picks, Kevin from the Prophets podcast. Kevin is basically he loves the Vikings.
Is Kevin a real prophet?
What's that?
Is Kevin a real prophet?
I don't know. We can ask him. He's actually live on Sweep the League with us right now. Hey, Kev, we appreciate you for joining us. It's a very long show. We're getting towards the end here. Your Vikings are up next. What do you think these Vikings are going to do, man?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Thank y'all for having me.
Yeah.
Well, I think we should go corner. That's our biggest need. I don't think we should wait on it. Let's go get our guy right here. I think Jeff Gladney would be the guy I would take if I was making the pick. We see a lot of different corners go off the board. Surprisingly, so with the Raiders pick what they did at pick 19. So I would say Gladney.
Hey, Gladney would not be a bad pick. Do you think there's much of a difference or a big gap between Gladney or Trayvon Diggs or even a Jalen Johnson?
Probably not. I don't think it's that much of a difference. They all should be in the same tier.
Yeah, definitely. So is there any outside way? Because Minnesota does have another pick coming up as well. So you probably think that they might be able to take a wide receiver with that second pick, or are they going to go with another position if they stick with cornerback here?
I think we should probably hit the tackle position. I'm hearing that the Vikings just traded away the pick to New England.
Oh, so New England just got moved up on it. Okay.
Uh-oh.
This is
Belichick over there trying to do something.
This is okay. So this is definite news to all of us as we are seeing that Kevin is saying that are they saying they're going to basically swap picks 22 and 23 here? Okay. Let's get the official word here as we're waiting for the official trade to be made here. But hey, Kevin, we're going to keep you on, man, because if it's just a swap pick, we're going to definitely get you to stay on with us here. And actually, Billy's covering New England too, so we're going to have a full show here for the first time tonight. A Sweep the League first on the NFL Draft Special here. So we've got New England possibly trading up to 22. Jordan Love? I mean,
Jordan Love.
Billy's saying Jordan Love. And Gio, I will be expecting my $5,000 that we bet that I would say.
I didn't bet anything. I told you that the Patriots potentially could do, though the Raiders should have done that, but instead they took some guy that was projected to be like late second round. But anyway, Jordan Love makes probably the most sense because they ain't got nobody over there in New England.
Well, yeah, I mean, Jordan Love, I think, would be the guy on the clock. I haven't seen Kev, have you seen the official trade being made yet?
No, that's what I'm waiting on. I'm looking through. The Vikings pick is in. The Patriots are trading. The Chargers are on the clock after the Vikings.
Oh.
So that's what it is. Okay.
Okay.
Come on. Ian Rappaport.
So we've what was that, Billy?
I just said, oh, okay. I hadn't heard any of this.
Yeah, so we figured that the Patriots were trading up. That was the word that we got.
All right, you ain't getting no 5Gs, man.
All right, so we gotta wait now. My 5Gs will come later on. Hey, so if the Patriots seems like they might be trading down. We'll get with Billy here in a second here, but hey, Kev. So yeah, the pick is in for the Vikings. You're thinking they go cornerback. There's really a handful of cornerbacks they could go. There's not much difference between Diggs or Gladney. Like you said, you hope that they get Gladney. I still like Diggs out there. You still have a Xavier McKinney out there from Alabama. Any surprise on that for you, Kev, as to why he might still be out there?
The safety class is there's not a dire need for NFL teams right now. So I can understand why. Why the safeties are still on the board. I thought McKinney may be off the board with the Miami pick coming up soon, possibly. Mm-hmm. But I think toward the end of the round, we should see maybe one or two come off.
Yeah, and there's only two good safeties. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, last season was a big safety, I believe, kind of draft. So I feel like this year took a little bit of a dip. Teams are probably not maybe looking for many safeties. Yeah, all right, let's see what's going on.
And we'll see, because the pick is in. We are waiting for Roger Goodell. And a quick shout out, Joe Garcia was in the comments here in the chat. Says, great show, gentlemen. You guys are doing a good job covering the NFL draft. We do appreciate it, Joe.
Thanks, Joe.
Pretty much all of us started with Joe Garcia over at Two Shots Podcast. He runs a Spurs podcast that's out there. He's also got a lot of stuff coming out. So definitely go check out Two Shots Podcast. The pick is in for the Vikings, and they went wide receiver, Kev, Justin Jefferson out of LSU. Not a cornerback. What are your thoughts on this?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I just thought, get your guy now for your main need. We traded Stephon Diggs away because, we're a run-first team. Really don't need to pay 2 elite receivers. But Justin Jefferson, I mean, you can't go wrong with him. I mean, he can slot outside receiver. He can do everything. I think the reason why Diggs and Thielen were so good was because they were so interchangeable. And I think Justin Jefferson can be the same type of guy.
Yeah, exactly. Justin Jefferson's one of those receivers in this draft that we've already said he's going to be one of the better receivers coming out of this draft class. So a perfect pick. They did it with Stephon Diggs to Buffalo. They ended up getting Justin Jefferson. You made a great point. Why pay these receivers a lot of money? You can go out and get a good one, especially in this receiver class. Justin Jefferson makes, a lot of sense here for the Minnesota Vikings. They do have another pick coming up here, I believe at 25. So let's be honest, man, there's going to be a cornerback there at that position too. So you're right. Get the best player available that they can. The best, it fills one of their needs. It is receiver. You thinking that at the cornerback position at the 25 position that they'll go cornerback, you thinking?
Yeah. You got to. We lost three starters at the cornerback position, so we have to go corner. If we don't go corner there, I don't know what we're going to do. I wouldn't understand it.
Yeah, no, I hear you, man. I hear you. Well, Kev, we're going to bring you back on for the 25th pick. If you're still available to come back on, it's only a few picks away. We appreciate you for coming back on, or actually coming on for the first time, man. We'll have you on a lot more shows with us. We have an NFL recap show coming up, but this isn't the last we will hear from you tonight. I am hoping and praying that your cornerback dream does come true at 25, but we'll bring you back on for the 25th pick, all right?
I appreciate it.
All right, brother. We'll see you in a little bit. All right, so the trade was made. New England did trade out of the 23rd spot. They traded to the Los Angeles Chargers. Gio, what are we thinking with the Chargers here, man? With this kind of trade, they took Herbert earlier.
Go Chargers, go! The Chargers is interesting that they ended up trading now. They could go. They might go linebacker here, Rudy. Patrick Queen seems ideal for this spot, though. Offensive line was addressed in the offseason, though I wouldn't be surprised. There are a few pretty good offensive linemen, though. I think linebacker just makes the most sense because Patrick Queen probably would be gone by the end of the first. So yeah, I think it's gonna be linebacker.
I mean, I don't see really any other need. You've got a defense already that is good. I mean, Bosa. I mean, you've got Petrie out there. You've still got players out there for the Chargers defense. Adding a Patrick Queen makes good sense here. So, according to what we're hearing about the trade, the Patriots get a 2020 second-round pick and a third. Okay, so a second and a third in this year's draft.
Man, Bill, man, he be finessing over there, man.
I'm telling you, Bill.
He getting those draft
picks. You know what? Bill's breaking my heart because I love some Jordan Love, and why not? Why are you passing up the next Tom Brady? So the pick is in for the Chargers. I had to make Gio get a little crazy there. Let's see what we got on the comment section here. We're probably going to end up taking a quick commercial break right after this pick or the pick after. Chargers on the clock. Pats get second and third round picks for the Chargers. That's from Jason Garcia. Appreciate it, Jason, for all your comments tonight, man. We will see what the Chargers are going to do. The pick is in. Gio says linebacker Josh Jones, maybe?
Well, Josh Jones, I mean,
this is around the area where you could see it. I mean.
Yeah, and what hurts Jones a lot is just him getting hurt. So I don't feel like you would trade up to get Jones. I think Patrick Queen makes the most sense if you're going to trade up here for a guy who I think is one of the better linebackers in the draft. You go get Josh Jones. He's a slight project. So,
well, yeah, he's a project. But if you're talking about you drafted Justin Herbert earlier in the evening, I mean, you've got to protect your asset. I mean, you've got great offensive linemen out there. You still got a Josh Jones out there. I mean, this could be a potential spot where they could take one of the remaining offensive tackles out there. So the pick is in. Right now we are seeing that they did not go offensive tackle. They did go with the linebacker, just not the one that we were saying. It was not Patrick Queen. It was Kenneth Murray, inside linebacker out of Oklahoma. 95 tackles. I believe it was 4 sacks. This guy's motor is just ridiculous. Definitely one of the players that's going to benefit for being on an already good, I'm not going to say great, but an already good Chargers defense. You add a player like Kenneth Murray out of Oklahoma, this defense just got a little bit scarier in the AFC West.
Yeah, Rudy, this is a guy, I mean, he had over 100 tackles. And whenever you have 100 tackles in college, it probably means you're literally everywhere around the field, right? So 6'2", 241, plays very well. He's a 3-down linebacker, so he's going to be able to play the whole game. He's athletic, makes plays all over the field. He's going to be able to come in my opinion, and play right away on a defense that's already pretty good, Rudy. Not great, obviously, has holes, but to me, Rudy, the Chargers are a team, they're right there, right? They got the talent, they got pieces. They got to take that next step, and potentially he could be another piece that they have that could take him over the hump for the next few years. But I'd love to pick, whether it's Patrick Queen or Murray. Nonetheless, we figured they would go linebacker, and I mean, he's literally all around the field, Rudy, and that's what you want.
Yeah, definitely. Like I said, the motor is high on Kenneth Murray. This kid, I think going to a Chargers team without Phillip Rivers there, I mean, can we really say that it's rebuilding for this team? On the offensive side, yes. On the defensive side, no. I mean, this defense is just getting to be more elite year in, year out with the picks that they are getting on the defensive side. So definitely it's going to be a tremendous pick for the Chargers here. I do like that they traded into the first round or back into the first round. They got Herbert earlier. You go and get a type of player like a Kenneth Murray. A+ on the Chargers draft right now. I like both picks.
I'm surprised that the Patriots didn't get Murray, though, because he looks like a Bill Belichick type of player. So for them to trade out, they probably really didn't love anyone. So they decided, hey, you know what? I'm going to trade this pick, get more picks, is what Bill likes to do. So yeah, it's a slight surprise.
Yeah, we got the Saints on the clock right now. New Orleans, man, Drew Brees, dare I say, Jordan Love at this position.
I wouldn't put it past. I wouldn't put it past Sean Payton, because you need an heir apparent, right? And who's the backup quarterback again? What's his name? Taysom Hill. He's been trying to pump himself up as a quarterback, though Jordan Love's sitting right there. They don't necessarily need a receiver. Though I think Denzel Mims is a big target and could be a really love that pick if they get him. Though Jordan Love sounds interesting.
Oh, yeah. We will see what happens with the New Orleans Saints pick here. Again, this is the 2020 NFL Draft Sweep the League Special Edition. I'm Rudy Campos Jr. for Coach Gio. We'll be back in a second. Calling calling all sports fans and sports card collectors. Yes, Rudy Campos Jr. from Sweep the League coming to you about DC Sports 87. I have gotten back into the card collecting industry because it is now a major investment. Ever wonder what it feels like to pull a Mike Trout autograph? How about some of the rookies from this year's hot NFL class, such as Chase Young, Joe Burrow, even Tua? Get your chance now to pull some of these great athletes on DC Sports 87. All you have to do is go to Facebook, search DC Sports 87 Facebook group page, click join. Zach and Boogs will be glad to accept you into the group, and you can participate in all breaks of all sports, baseball, football, basketball, whatever. They've got it there. So check out DC Sports 87 on Facebook. And we're back. You know, that was DC Sports 87 for card collectors out there. I started collecting cards. They're becoming a big investment. So for those of you that want to collect cards or get back into card collecting, DC Sports 87 on Facebook. Just search the groups, search for DC Sports 87, and those guys will gladly take care of you there. Pick number 24, rolling right along. We said it was a 4-hour show. We are almost right. It's 10:06. Central Time. So we were right. Maybe it'd be a 4-hour show. New Orleans is on the clock. Before we left, we talked about possible Jordan Love here. Will Sean Payton do it? You know, knowing that they don't have Teddy Bridgewater anymore. And Drew Brees. Hey, Drew Brees is not, young anymore. So does he really believe in Taysom Hill? All the reports seem to say yes, that he's in love with Taysom Hill. The other thing is do they go with the Brandon Ayuk here? I mean, they have Michael Thomas. You could use another explosive receiver. You don't need a running back. You're not going to take a running back here. They have Alvin Kamara. I mean, is it, I think Gio's mic is muted, so we need to get him back on here.
Rudy, listen,
go ahead.
They could go running back here. They could go running back. I wouldn't be surprised to get Kamara another back there.
Jason's out wondering about the quarterback from Oklahoma would be Jalen Hurts. I don't think Hurts is a first-round talent.
No.
I mean, he's second-round talent, maybe third.
Probably
I just don't feel comfortable picking Jalen Hurts in the first round. So we'll see. The pick is in, obviously, for the New Orleans Saints, which way they go.
They could go linebacker as well.
Yeah, I mean, you still have linebacker. I don't see them going safety. Obviously, like Kevin was saying, safety is not a big priority this season. I don't think they go running back, man. It's tough to say that they'll go running back, but
Kamara was very explosive when they had that 2-back tandem with Mark Ingram.
Yeah, but you're not. If you go DeAndre Swift or Dobbins, you're getting the same type of player that Kamara is. I mean,
Swift's more of a bigger guy, but
yeah, but he's a lot more agile and versatile than Mark Ingram is. Mark Ingram, that reminds me back in the day of the New York Giants when they had Ron Dane and Tiki Barber, Thunder and Lightning. I mean, that's what we saw from New Orleans Saints when they had Ingram and Kamara. So it's possible you could. I don't think Sean Payton would do that. But you never know. I mean, like I said, you're the reason why we call you the Mel Kiper of Sweep the League. You know a whole lot, and we pay you the big bucks. You make a lot more than I do because when you get paid zero, you make more than I do. I get paid nothing. In fact, I lose money half the time doing this stuff. But we'll see what happens here. New Orleans is on the clock. The pick is in. We're waiting for that pick. After this, we have Minnesota. We'll be bringing Kevin back on for that Minnesota pick. Minnesota did take Justin Jefferson, wide receiver at LSU, just the 22nd pick a few picks ago. So we'll get Kevin back on here in a little bit for the Minnesota pick. Picks coming in right now, according to Chris from behind the scenes. We'll see what New Orleans does here. Jordan Love, maybe? Gio, last second. What are you thinking?
I wouldn't be surprised. Jordan Love could be the heir apparent to Drew Brees. Defensive lineman, I believe.
They do not go Jordan Love. They go with the first center of the draft, taken Cesar Ruiz, center out of Michigan. If you're going to go center, this is the guy you want to go with. Cesar Ruiz, 6'2", 3'4",
That's right.
307 pounds. I mean, the kid definitely is a player. He's the type of kid you want down in the trenches.
Wait, didn't they draft a center last year?
Not that I remember. No, I can't remember offhand that they did.
I thought it was Eric McCoy.
I need to look it back up. But nonetheless, Cesar Ruiz, I mean, this guy is first-round talent. This guy definitely is a center. You definitely would draft in the first round. He's not exactly Travis Frederick, who the Cowboys drafted years back, but with the right coaching, which obviously Sean Payton is the right coach to have him there, he can be a very productive person for the Saints. Definitely a person you want down in there protecting Drew Brees. Is he a day one starter? I think he is. I really think this kid is good enough to be a day one starter. Cesar Ruiz, center out of Michigan. Gio, you looked confused as to why Sean Payton did pick Cesar Ruiz. What do you got on Cesar Ruiz?
Well, Rudy is probably the best center in the draft. He's the first center to be drafted. I think he's a plug and play type of kid, though. Rudy, they did draft Eric McCoy last year from Texas A&M, the center. So I'm wondering, could he probably play guard, or maybe they might do a little bit of switcheroo? But nonetheless, he's a plug and play. I think he's going to be able to play right away. I mean, he's what you want, 6'3", 307 pounds. He's tough. He's physical. He's a steady kid. He's not the fastest guy in the world, but he doesn't have to play tackle, right? So,
yeah.
He gets very low gravity. I mean, he's everything you want in a center. So, but like I said, with Eric McCoy there, they drafted last year, they either put him at guard or put McCoy at guard, though he's versatile, nonetheless.
No, Cesar Ruiz is very versatile. He doesn't have to play. He's the best center in this draft. And actually, the only other center I would even consider taking is Lloyd Cushenberry out of LSU. That is it. Those are the only two guys that I think could dominate at the center
position.
That
name, bro.
I know, the greatest name in this draft, Cushenberry. But those two guys are the only two guys that I could see at the center position that you would take for a center. But you can move them all around. I mean,
I think that's the mindset, because if a center goes down, then he can come right on and play center. So that he's probably going to play guard. That's probably the more logical.
Yeah, definitely. And it's not a sexy pick for New Orleans. It just makes sense. That's all we can say. It makes sense for New Orleans to take this pick. You got to protect Drew Brees. Right now, Minnesota is on the clock. We're bringing back Kevin into the chat here so he can talk to us more about the Minnesota pick. Coming up at 25, like we said earlier, at 22, Minnesota did take Justin Jefferson, wide receiver. Really a perfect fit for Minnesota. You've got Adam Thielen on one side. You did lose Stephon Diggs to Buffalo in that trade, but you can't complain with getting a Justin Jefferson out of LSU. Kev was also talking about them taking a cornerback. So the Gladney is still out there, who Kevin did mention. You still got a Diggs out there. Kev, you still feeling good about that cornerback position being filled?
Yes, but this time I believe the Vikings did trade back.
They ended up trading back.
For another trade.
So San Francisco. So pretty boy Kyle Shanahan is making some moves up there to get another pick. As it is, San Francisco did jump on the trade with Minnesota. They go to 25. What was the rest of the trade? Has that been released yet? Does Minnesota?
Not yet. I don't think so.
Okay. So, I mean, you're saying that if Minnesota doesn't get another first-round pick, which it doesn't seem like they do, if they did, it would probably be the 31st pick. I think San Francisco still has the 31st pick.
That's true.
So Minnesota could drop back to the 31st pick, possibly. We'll get the details out here in a second. Still makes sense, man. I mean, you still got cornerbacks out there. Yeah. If Minnesota trade down, you're still going to get a decent cornerback there. Outside of that, I mean, you still got guys like Patrick Queen out there for linebacker. I don't see him possibly going anywhere. I could see him maybe going to Seattle at 27. I'm not excited about it or crazy about it, but I mean, there's still a lot of good potential defensive guys out there. A lot of good cornerbacks for Minnesota.
Yeah, I think they'll be able to. I mean, there's so many styles of secondary players there, and quarterback's pretty deep. So the Vikings should be able to get their man.
Okay, so word is coming in that it looks like San Francisco jumped to 25. Minnesota did go back to 31. Even with that trade, Kev, is it something you still feel that they'll be able to fill a need moving back to 31?
Yeah, I think 49ers probably they're moving up for somebody they want. Even though they need corner too, I think the Vikings are going to have a lot of corners available to them at 31.
Okay. Yeah, perfect. The San Francisco pick is in. Kev, we'll keep you on the phone right here with us for this pick, and then we can always bring you back again for the Minnesota pick. Since this was kind of Minnesota's area, want to see what San Francisco does. And I want to get your idea and on your take on what San Francisco does, because
they probably go receiver. I get a feeling they're going to go receiver.
Is this where that
this time?
Is this where we say like a Brandon Aiyuk probably go?
Yeah.
Okay. Brandon, that's what we just said. Yeah, Brandon Aiyuk, wide receiver out of Arizona State. This kid has been flying up the charts, the wide receiver charts on everybody's big board. I mean, the kid did put up numbers this past season: 65 receptions, over 1,100 yards, 8 touchdowns. He kind of flew under the radar a little bit till recently. But nonetheless, wide receiver was a position that needed to be filled in San Francisco. Seems like they did the job there. Kev, you got any takes on Brandon Aiyuk going to San Francisco here?
I think the 49ers probably should have got the receiver at 14. I know Ken Law is a beast. I think they should have worked the board differently, in my opinion. But Brandon Aiyuk, I mean, he's a good guy, a special guy when the ball is in his hand. I don't know. It's a lot of receivers after the top 4. It's kind of like, take your pick. They all kind of around the same boat.
Yeah, exactly. Gio, what are you thinking on Brandon Aiyuk? I actually like the pick for San Francisco. It makes sense for them. They did need a receiver. What are your thoughts on Aiyuk going here at San Francisco?
I like the pick, though. I think Memes would have been a better maybe scheme fit, but nonetheless, I think they get a very productive wide receiver, 8 touchdowns last year, in an offense that was pretty good under Herm Edwards, right? I think Herm's still there.
Yeah, Herb's at ASU.
So yeah, I mean he's a pretty good receiver, though. Like Kev said, they probably could have got a better one at 14. So they could have kind of switched around their picks, but nonetheless, they got a pretty good receiver.
Yeah, and I think what helps him the most here, because you've seen some of the highlights here, it's his ability on the punt return and kick returns. I mean, that's the kind of something that, with the Kyle Shanahan style offense, it's explosive. It's always going to be explosive. This kid's going to be doing probably both punt return, kick return to start. He's going to be an offensive piece on the 49ers, I have no doubt. Line him up with the Deebo Samuels. And you know what? That tandem looks deadly on paper. Aiyuk and Samuels, everybody's still forgetting you still got Kittle right there. I mean, Kittle's probably the best receiver on that team right there. So, yeah, definitely a good pick. I love the pick. Aiyuk going to San Francisco. Kev, we appreciate you again coming on here. We're going to keep you on for the Minnesota pick, which is coming up at 31. If you want to hang out with this, man, I'm more than happy to have you hang out with us. If you got stuff you want to do, just let us know. But I definitely want to have you back for that Minnesota pick. It's totally up to you, brother, whatever you want to do here.
Oh, yeah, I'll be back for the 31 pick.
Okay, so we'll have Kevin back on for the 31 pick. Gave us opinion on the San Francisco pick. I appreciate you coming on, Kev. We definitely will see you here at the 31 pick for the Minnesota Vikings. Right now, Miami, 3rd pick in the first round, 3 of 3. Do they make it a blockbuster draft? That is the question.
Well, they can go several ways here. I mean, you can go with a wide receiver. They can go back to defense and really try to build that. And they can do several things. I think, Rudy, receiver.
Receiver, really? You don't think DeAndre Swift right here?
I do. You know what? I'm going to go with Swift. I was kind of – I really like Memes a lot, though.
I know Memes is good, but I think he's day 2 receiver.
Okay,
as sad as it is, I think he's day
Swift. 2. If Swift to me, just thinking about it again, probably just makes the most sense because you need a running. They ain't got no running back. You know what? Let me look up their damn running back depth chart, Rudy, because
who do they have? Okay, well. Well, Miami on the clock right now. We're going to take a quick commercial break. This is Sweep the League, the NFL Draft Show, 2020 NFL Draft Show. I'm Rudy Campos Jr. along with Coach Gio. We'll be back in a second. Hey, are you looking for that local flavor, that local burger flavor? Look no further than Burger Boy. Oh, the wonders that is Burger Boy. Are you a working man? Of course you're a working man. Do you like working overtime? Not all of us do, but when it comes to Burger Boy, they have both the working man special and the overtime special. For you working men out there, that's a double Burger Boy, large fries, large drink, and for those of you working overtime, add that extra meat. We're talking triple Burger Boy, large fries, large drink. Yes, Burger Boy, the wonder that is San Antonio. All right, so we are back here on Sweep the League. Miami Dolphins are on the clock for their third pick, but we would like to pass some news that we have just learned. Dak Prescott, Dallas Cowboys quarterback, his brother Jace Prescott apparently has died this morning. He was 31 years old. I don't have very much information as to what happened, but the brother of Dak Prescott, Jace Prescott, has passed away. Our thoughts and condolences and prayers are out for Dak Prescott and his family at this time. It is very difficult to lose a family member, so we definitely are praying for the Prescott family. Thoughts and prayers for you guys. Again, Jace Prescott passed away at the age of 31 this morning. That is the brother of Dak Prescott. But moving on, the Miami Dolphins are on the clock here. They should go. We're thinking they'll go 3 for 3. They did take Tua with their first pick. I'm thinking here, they do stay on the offensive side of the ball. It wouldn't surprise me if they do go safety. I know Kevin might mentioned it earlier that this is probably a position where we see McKinney come off the board for the Dolphins, but again, I think it is DeAndre Swift. It's possible that they do.
It is. There'll be a surprise offensive line.
We still got Josh Jones. I mean,
you got Josh Jones. Also, Isaiah Wilson from Georgia is another lineman. Though it could be a little too early for him, but I wouldn't be surprised if
it's not early for Wilson though. I'm glad you brought him up because it's not early for him. It's actually a pretty good spot for him. It's just a matter of, do you want him at that position? I mean, you got to remember they took Austin Jackson at number 18, offensive tackle from USC.
He probably still would have been. He would have been here, Rudy.
Exactly, he still would have been here. And we talked about this. Do they go offensive tackle again? I mean, you've got Tua. You realize how much Tua was hurt last season. You've got to protect your assets here. You've got to protect Tua. And we just got a trade. Miami decided to trade out of it. So we now see Green Bay on the clock, which
I thought it was the Rams.
This is where I see a certain T. Higgins going.
Probably.
Aaron Rodgers, Devontae Adams needs that second receiver alongside him. Who better than T. Higgins? And as promised, we said that because the Bears don't have a first-round pick, we had to give her the arch nemesis. And we said we'd bring her back on for the Packers pick. Miss Carolina Teague. Carolina, welcome back to the show. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
She's there. She is there. She's. How are you liking this draft so far?
I love the draft. I'm really happy. To be honest, as much as I've been making fun of the Vikings for getting Justin Jefferson because they still have Kirk Cousins, I still think that's a good pickup because the Packers wanted to get Justin Jefferson and they didn't get him.
I'm telling you, no better way to start this. Go ahead, Gio. Go.
They might get Swift at running back. I wouldn't be surprised.
Why do you need a running back in Green Bay? Aaron Jackson.
They need a wide receiver.
I know.
Really bad.
No, they do, and I think Memes would fit pretty well. But you never know because I like Aaron Jones, but Swift with Jones back there, that's pretty good, Rudy.
I don't think so, man. Carolina, you feeling wide receiver? You feeling maybe like a T. Higgins right here going to Green Bay?
I mean, I'm feeling memes, but I mean, I think meme is going to go over there because if he doesn't, that's going to make a lot of people upset because that was the main reason why, or the main pick that everybody knows that the Green Bay Packers desperately need.
They might draft a quarterback for all we know, Rudy. Who knows?
And you know what? You just said it.
What?
My boy, Jordan Love, is a Green Bay Packer.
Yo!
Green Bay has selected Jordan Love, quarterback from Utah State. Do me a favor. If you live in Green Bay, go help Aaron Rodgers pack. The future is now. Jordan Love. Jordan Love, you're talking the quarterback rate of 129.
That's pretty surprising. I mean, Aaron Rodgers is aging. But it's still pretty surprising that, they would pick Jordan Love for this pick. I feel like they really needed a wide receiver, and they maybe in the next round they could have picked, a quarterback. But or even, I don't know, just gotten somebody in the free agency. That's just what I think.
Well, here's the thing. You brought up memes from Baylor. He's a day 2 guy, maybe day 3 guy. So possibly you've got them taking him tomorrow. There are a ton of receivers out there still. So I'm surprised just as you are, Carolina. I'm surprised just as Gio is. Jordan Love going to the Packers doesn't make sense. You figure Rodgers still has some time under center in Green Bay. Is this a type where Jordan Love gets groomed to take over for Rodgers? Or, let me throw this out there, Carolina, is this a possible trade in the works where Jordan Love gets traded somewhere and they're just drafting him for that reason?
I mean, that could be a potential reason why they would do that, but I mean, I don't know why they would have to go all through that nonsense and make all these chess moves when they could have just got something that they really need right now, which is somebody at the wide receiver position for Aaron Rodgers. That's something that they're desperately lacking. You can't throw to Devontae Adams for the rest of your life.
Exactly. Gio, real quick, man, what are you feeling as Jordan Love? Do you love it? I'm pretty sure you don't.
No, I love it because he's probably going to be the heir apparent to Aaron Rodgers, though I think some of the rumors that the coach, Matt LaFleur, whatever you want to call him, and Aaron Rodgers not maybe getting along here is kind of probably ringing true. I don't think there is a love-love relationship, but as we know, Aaron Rodgers can be very difficult to deal with. Though, I mean, for Green Bay, the future is probably Jordan Love, and I think this is the beginning, Rudy, of probably the last days of Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay. Could it be 1 year? Could it be 2 years? I don't know, but this could be the end, Rudy, because you don't just draft this guy in the first round to not eventually start him in the next 2 years or maybe 3.
Jordan Love is, I mean, his accuracy is on point. My only concern with Jordan was his off-the-field antics. I mean, but hey, you know what? If you're going to Green Bay, who better to learn than under Aaron Rodgers? Mr. Discount double-check himself. So I kind of like the pick there. You get a guy that's going to probably take over for Rodgers if he does stay in Green Bay and it's not on the trade. I do like that pick. I mean, it surprised all of us. Carolina's probably satisfied because this doesn't really affect her Bears.
I'm like a pig in mud right now. I'm rolling
it doesn't,
like a pig in mud right now. I'm happy.
It has
I thought
no
they were
effect.
going to get a wide receiver. I thought we were going to have more issues when it came to the Packers offense. They've been the Chicago Bears kryptonite for quite some time, especially when it comes to Aaron Rodgers and his clutch offense. And their defense improved drastically last year. You would think that, him needing more weapons, they would have selected a wide receiver. But hey, I don't know the Packers upper management, and I don't know what they're trying to do. So I mean, that ain't my problem, and I'm not here to solve it.
Or the Patriots are gearing up to trade for Aaron Rodgers. I don't know.
Oh God! Don't start that.
No, I know it. Hey, you know what?
All right, R.I.P. Green Bay Packers.
Oh, she's called it here, and that's why we love her on this show. You can always catch Carolina Teague on her podcast. She knows best. Carolina, I appreciate you for joining us tonight. We look forward to having you on the draft recap show we'll be having here soon.
Thanks. You guys hang in there. Y'all have a long night. Yeah,
we've got about 6 picks left, so we're trying. But thanks for being here with us. We really appreciate it.
Okay, bye.
So, yeah, the surprise of the draft, maybe Jordan Love to Green Bay. I know one thing's for sure. When we get Kevin back here at 31, he's probably breathing another sigh of relief because again, the Packers taking a player that they really don't need. I think it's possible that they're going to end up trading this pick. I think Jordan Love is going to be traded sometime over the weekend, possible. I mean, we don't know. I really don't know.
Yeah, I'm not really sure, Rudy. This is not that it's surprising because we thought that Jordan Love is one of those players that he potentially could kind of grow into what could be a future great player. But to go to Green Bay, I think that was a bold move by Green Bay and Matt LaFleur, because remember, Rudy, they did this to Brett Favre. They did the exact same thing. They drafted his heir apparent. And I think exactly, if they don't end up trading this, they're drafting his heir apparent, Rudy. And it's almost like, Rudy, when your company, right, they hire someone in the same position and you end up training this guy, and then guess what? They end up firing you. It's the same exact style of thing. So that's what's going to happen here. He's going to train his basically the person that's going to replace him.
Definitely. The pick is in for the Seattle Seahawks here. Really, which way do you think they could go? I mean, they've got pretty much anybody they can go here.
I think they go defense here. Their offensive line could definitely use some upgrading, though. I think defensive-wise, you got Patrick Queen still out there. You got some quarterbacks, some safeties.
I think they go defensive end. Yetur Gross-Matos, Penn State. I mean,
they can go with any of those guys. I think it's going to be defense because they need to improve on that side.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think you also have AJ Epineza out there from Iowa. Yeah. Michael DeLeon, he's jumping offline. Great show, guys. I appreciate it, Michael. Thank you for tuning in. Michael DeLeon does terrific work out there with the Project Spurs Network. He's got a lot of good stuff coming out. I know Ben Bornstein works with them out there. He does a lot of great draft coverage, a lot of great stuff for the draft picks for the NBA draft. So definitely we've got Seattle coming up. We're both saying defense. I like Gross-Matos out of Penn State. Wouldn't surprise me to see AJ.
I think they go defensive line, Rudy. I think they struggled last year in the trenches, and especially in the game against the Rams. They struggled.
Well, my question too is this: I mean, safety. Isn't that a position that they could?
No, and there's a ton of depth there. So I don't know where exactly defensively they're going to pick. Though I really think the defensive.
It's got to be. I agree with you. It's got to be on the line. It wouldn't surprise me to see Patrick Queen taken here. I mean, not at all. But you really need to get on that offensive line. I like Matos. Like I said, Epeneza's still out there. Those two guys are probably going to go somewhere in this draft in the first round. I'm still thinking. Honestly, man, as the more that we go, I'm starting to think my very first mock draft that I did, I had DeAndre Swift going to Kansas City with the 32nd pick. Damn. That would be pretty scary if he drops that far.
Well, because Damian Williams is a pretty I think we both agree, Rudy, he's a good second back. Like if you have like a tandem.
Yeah.
I could definitely see that. I would love for the Rams to get him because we definitely need a running back. Probably a little too late.
Y'all sent scraps to the Falcons. Appreciate y'all.
Well, Rudy, that's not my fault, Rudy. Go blame your damn dumb management for doing that trade. I mean, for signing him because nobody would trade for him.
Yeah, I know, man. I know. But, the thing is that I like what the Falcons did in this draft. It's decent. But, again, the Rams, this is the year. You're talking about teams like the Rams and the Bears. This is the year you definitely probably wanted to have a first-round pick. I understand the Bears, you give up your pick to the Raiders because you have once an opportunity to for Khalil Mack. So, I mean, it makes total sense there. Rams, on the other hand, not too sure. But we are waiting on the Seattle Seahawks here to pick at number 27. The pick is in. We will see who Seattle took here right now. And it looks like outside linebacker Jordan Brooks from Texas Tech.
All right. The Big 12 being represented here.
It is. And again,
the Big 12 doesn't play any defense, though. So,
Again, here's the other thing. Again, Jordan Brooks, I didn't have him going until maybe round 3, possibly. I mean, he could have gone round 2 as early as round 2. Is it a bad pick?
I think he's more of a probably mid-second round, though. I don't think it's a bad pick at all.
No, not a bad pick at all. I mean, he had 108 tackles, 3 sacks last year. Again, you're right, and you're very high on the sense of you have over 100 tackles in a season. You're all over the field. Jordan Brooks does have, he's got a high energy to be on the field. He's got a lot of speed. It's not, elite speed, but it is top speed for a linebacker, especially being, he's 6'4", 240. I'd like to see him to be a little bit taller, I think, than 6 foot, but I don't think size would affect it too much here.
Rudy, he is a little bit of he's 240, right? So he's not small, but his height is small. Hey, listen, he had 108 tackles. I get it. It's a conference that has horrible defense, so he's probably down by 40 almost every game. But nonetheless, he's a silent type of player. Also really ranked top 6 in Pro Football Focus for tackles for loss. So he's all over the field, right? And yeah, maybe he's a second-round talent, but if you put the film on, he probably jumps out on the screen, right? So incredible speed, ranges. He's probably going to have a tough time guarding tight ends, Rudy. But I think nonetheless, if you need a tackling machine, a guy who's going to really be a thumper, then he's the perfect choice. So the problem with some of these offenses are, Rudy, what do they do to you? They attack you, and they attack, and he's going to have some problems. But I think it's a solid pickup nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, it is solid. I mean, again, this is another guy that we didn't have going in the first round. Probably not a lot of people had him going in the first round. Not a bad pick at all. I mean, you really can't question too much of Pete Carroll. I mean, the guy's been successful at the college level. They've been on the success. He's been successful in college. He's been successful in the NFL. So you really can't question too much of what Pete Carroll's thinking. So definitely Jordan Brooks is a surprise pick. In my opinion, and probably Gio's opinion, we had him going, second round, third round possibly. This is the 2020 NFL Draft Sweep the League edition. I am Rudy Campos Jr. with Coach Gio. We will be right back. Hey guys, Rudy Campos Jr. here from Sweep the League, talking to you about lawn care. San Antonio residents, if you need lawn care, contact JW Lawn Care. Jason Wiley is the man you want to contact. His number is 210-728-8532. Reasonable rates, quick and professional. It's a family-owned business. He offers military and senior discounts. Again, Jason Wiley, JW Lawn Care. I'm one of his clients. I can attest to the job that he does. Contact Jason, 210-728-8532. All right, we are back here on Sweep the League. We've only got, 1, 2, 3, 4 picks going. We are on the clock right now with the Baltimore Ravens at 28. I'm trying to see exactly what is going on with Baltimore here. I mean, you've got the explosive Lamar Jackson there. The line actually held up really well last year for Lamar Jackson in Baltimore. I think you probably can go defense right here. You don't need a running back. You've got Lamar Jackson, who's dual quarterback threat. Mark Ingram had a magnificent season last season for the Ravens, so I don't really see that. You did go with Marquise Brown last year for wide receiver. Where do you see that it goes? I know the pick is in right now, so where do you see them going with the Baltimore pick?
Rudy, I think I had Kenneth Murray, though. Kenneth Murray was already drafted. They may go linebacker at this spot. They might go defensive line as well. Remember, they were trying to get Michael Brockers from the Rams. Brockers ended up not going there. They did get Calais Campbell, right, Rudy, if I'm not mistaken?
Yes.
They did, right? So I think linebacker or offensive line. Remember, Marshall Yanda did retire, the all-time or one of the best linemen in Ravens history. So I could potentially see linebacker or offensive line here to replace Marshall Yanda, who was retired.
So you're thinking linebacker, which obviously the best available for both of us is still Patrick Queen.
Yes. That's probably the most ideal.
It just seems like we talk a lot about LSU tonight and Alabama.
Well, and I feel like we've been talking about Patrick Queen like all day, and the guy's not been drafted yet. Though some of the other linebackers,
it's possible that this could definitely be the time where we see a player like Patrick Queen go right here to the Ravens. I mean, like I said, you've got an explosive offense already. Lamar Jackson, that offense was almost brilliant last season. It was fun to watch. Lamar Jackson became to be a player that was fun to watch. Real quick on the comments here, Jason Garcia, he's done for the night. He says, "Night, y'all. Appreciate you, Jason, for being with us." He was with us from the start of the show, and he made it all the way to pick 28.
He said the Bears stink.
So, yeah, he did say the Bears stink. So, thanks to Jason for being there. We are covering the entire first round. This is pretty much where we kind of wind everything down. We've got the last few picks. Everybody seems to jump off the draft itself, but then you have those few guys who are desperate NFL guys who love to see everything about the NFL draft because maybe their team was Kansas City or the Titans, who had a really good year last year with Ryan Tannehill. Derrick Henry went off last season, benefited me in a lot of fantasy leagues as well. So
in your gimmick leagues, Rudy.
No. Hey, for 31st or 31 pick with Kevin coming back in, his league is a dynasty league, and I was doing okay in that league. I did pretty good in that league, but man, I've never done a dynasty league, and that was fun.
Do they have linebackers and defensive?
No, nothing like that. But I really need to. I need to really work on some of that stuff because I think the fantasy draft is coming up for the rookies for his league after this draft. So I don't even know what I'm gonna do. And I mean, I want to take Jordan Love, but it makes no sense because he's not gonna play next year. So why even take him? Right?
You never know, Rudy. You never know.
I know. But yeah, we've got the Ravens on the clock. The pick is in. They're sitting at number 28. I believe Goodell's getting ready to announce the pick right now. We're thinking that it might be linebacker.
It's probably Patrick Queen. I can almost guarantee it. They need a linebacker desperately.
And they actually went off of your board and my board and said Patrick Queen, inside linebacker, LSU. Definitely a pick that this guy fell really, really.
Yeah, he fell. He felt like on hard times, which is weird because some of the other though Kenneth Murray I completely understand, but Brooks was slight eye opener. So, but nonetheless, Rudy, Patrick Queen, LSU national champions. He's a guy that's a sideline to sideline type of player. He's gonna be able to come in and really help the Ravens because they need help inside. So, we've been talking about Patrick Queen all day, Rudy, and he finally got picked in shades of Roquan Smith, which has played very well for the Bears. So he was only a one-year starter. So slight concern. We haven't seen more, but I think overall his instincts, athleticism, and his run-stopping ability, which we know that in the NFC North, Rudy, teams like to run the football, right? So you need that thumper in the middle, and that's who they got.
Oh yeah, definitely. I'm not going to disagree with this pick by the Ravens. They're making. They're making waves with this pick. I think Patrick Queen makes a lot of sense. 69 tackles last year, 2.5 sacks, 1 interception. Definitely a ball hawk. This kid. This kind of reminds me. If I had to compare to something, this is something compared to like the NBA draft of last season. When you question why did Keldon Johnson drop all the way to the Spurs at 29, Keldon Johnson was a lottery pick coming out of high school. And this is the same thing that you look at with Patrick Queen. It makes you question as to why he dropped so far at this point. Really, nobody knows, but the athleticism on Patrick Queen, the recovery speed on Patrick Queen for a linebacker, hands down, one of the best linebackers in this league. It makes total sense for the Ravens to get a player like Patrick Queen. Very good pick by the Ravens. It's just going to make them even better like I said, you've already got the explosive offense with Lamar Jackson, Mark Ingram. I mean, hell, we haven't even talked about the tight ends that they have there with Mark Andrews and stuff.
Yeah, no, I mean,
they're loaded on the offense.
I saw them single-handedly, Rudy, beat my team, and it wasn't even close. So the Ravens got their man, the thumper in the middle. So are the Titans up next, right?
Yeah, we are moving to the Titans. Good pick by the Ravens. Again, we're seeing some really good picks outside of the Green Bay pick and Arnett going back earlier in the draft. Those are the only two head scratchers that I have right now. But sitting at Tennessee here, where do you go with Tennessee? I mean, you have Ryan Tannehill. Tannehill had the season of seasons that he could only have imagined. Derrick Henry made a whole bunch of noise last season. Do they get a receiver at this point? I mean, it's possible they could go receiver.
They could go receiver, Rudy. Could go offensive line as well. But though I think cornerback is probably the biggest issue. So I'm thinking cornerback, offensive line, and probably pass rusher. I think that's another need. Though I think the secondary, they would like to improve on that. They had some problems last season. You especially saw in that Chiefs game where they really, really got exposed. Though a lot of teams got exposed by Kansas City, though the secondary needs to be addressed.
Yeah, that is true. That is very true. I mean, if you need secondary help, you still got cornerbacks out there.
Dude, there's a ton. There's a ton. So if you need help, go draft them right now.
Yeah, you still got Diggs out there, Gladney from LSU, who, again, Kevin was mentioning that he would like to see go to Minnesota at the 31st pick. I mean, you still got a lot of good guys out there. Jalen Johnson's out there. You still have Christian Fulton out there from LSU. Again, it's like we say LSU all the time. I mean, there's just so many players out there at the cornerback position that, I mean, you're not going to go wrong by selecting one. Makes sense definitely to go with the cornerback for Tennessee. I wouldn't be surprised if they do go receiver, give Tannehill an extra weapon.
There's a few players out there at receiver they can go look at. Tennessee is a very good team, and all these players towards the end of the draft here, you're adding depth, you're potentially adding some starters. So, as I said,
do we see Cole Kmet come off the board at tight end, knowing that,
I can actually see that, Rudy, because remember, Delaney Walker, they do have a tight end there. I forget his name. But that could definitely be a possibility for a team that could use another pass catcher because they already got Brown there. So,
no, for sure. I mean, it could be Cole Kmet. I mean, that would be an outside chance of him going there. But I think they go receiver. It does make sense to probably go with the cornerback here. They could use some help on the defensive side of the ball. Trayvon Diggs, possibly here. Like I said, Gladney, you have Jalen Johnson still. Fulton. We'll see what they do as Tennessee is on the clock still. I believe the pick is in. Yes, the pick is in. So, you even could possibly see them go defensive end with Gross Matos or Epineza still out there from Iowa.
Yeah, no, that's definitely another need. So it's just the defense. It's certain parts of the defense, but definitely defensive end. And like I said, offensive line could be a need as well, as they've struggled the past year or so to get things together. But nonetheless, I think they'll get the player that they really want.
Yeah, I mean, you got probably even Josh Jones still out there. I mean,
yep.
It's not a bad area to take him if
Hey, Isaiah Wilson's out there, man. My boy from Georgia.
Yes,
don't forget.
Right. Isaiah Wilson. So the Tennessee Titans do go Isaiah Wilson, offensive tackle from Georgia, as it was just mentioned by the Georgia Bulldog fan himself, Coach Gio. Isaiah Wilson, 6'6" to 350 pounds. I mean, massive right tackle. If you're going to protect your quarterback, Isaiah Wilson is definitely one of the guys you want on the line right now. B, like I said, hey, he's from Georgia. Gio, give us your Georgia Bulldog take on Isaiah Wilson.
So he's listed at tackle. I get a feeling he might end up playing inside just because from watching him at Georgia, I just get a feeling that being 350, you're probably going to play inside. I could be wrong. Though Rudy, he's a very good player. 5.3 in the 40, so he's pretty quick. I mean, the movement, his size, just he knows how to move bodies, right? So
yeah,
he's going to have that ability to really, with a team that wants to run the football, right? So they got a guy that's literally a mauler and a brawler inside. He was also an All-American as well in 2019. Get a load of this, Rudy. Size 18 feet. 18. Yeah. So he is a big boy. Listen, put him inside because he is heavy-footed. So you don't want him at tackle, Rudy. Put him inside. He's going to be a very good player for this team. A team that's going to want to run the football and just hit you in the mouth.
When you have a guy of Wilson's size, I mean, it makes no sense to get away from the run. I mean, this kid's going to be a huge addition to the Tennessee Titans. He's going to make a difference. I don't know. Do you think he's a day one starter?
No. I think he's still a little raw. Only started 2 seasons at Georgia, which is still a good amount of games, but I don't think he's a day one. Could he be a week 10 starter if there's an injury? Sure, why not? I don't quite think he's there just yet. I don't think he's Thomas stature, but if he loses a little bit more weight, get a little more quick on his feet, potentially he could be a midseason start or maybe a year or two. But nonetheless, Rudy, he's going to provide depth up front for an offensive line.
All right, Miami is on the clock. This will be their third pick. They did trade down.
Yeah, how many times they picking? Shit.
Yeah, well, it's third pick for them. They traded back on this pick, I believe, if I remember correctly, which was with I got to get that up here. But nonetheless, they are on the clock. Tua did go to Miami earlier in the evening at number 5. This is the Sweep the League show, NFL draft coverage, Sweep the League special edition. Rudy Campos Jr. and Coach Gio, give us a second. This will probably be our last commercial break. We'll be back here in 1 second. Calling all sports fans and sports card collectors. Yes, Rudy Campos Jr. from Sweep the League coming to you about DC Sports 87. I have gotten back into the card collecting industry because it is now a major investment. Ever wonder what it feels like to pull a Mike Trout autograph? How about some of the rookies from this year's hot NFL class, such as Chase Young, Joe Burrow, even Tua? Get your chance now to pull some of these great athletes on DC Sports 87. All you have to do is go to Facebook, search DC Sports 87 Facebook group page, click join. Zach and Boogs will be glad to accept you into the group, and you can participate in all breaks of all sports, baseball, football, basketball, whatever. They've got it there. So check out DC Sports 87 on Facebook. All right, and we are back. Again, Miami is on the clock thanks to DC Sports. DC Sports 87. Search them on Facebook. Search groups for DC Sports 87. We are back with Miami on the clock at pick number 30. Gio, we are 3 picks away from ending the night, ending all the preparation. Last year was good. This year was better. We were able to add guests. We still have one more guest to bring on here. It'll be for the 31st pick. Fun night so far. I've enjoyed this draft a lot. I still feel that day 2 is going to be just as good. You're still going to get a bunch of stars come day 2. So are you still feeling the same way, or do you think that how far do you think this draft goes, put it that way, as far as starters and stars? And I think one thing we need to remember is the microphone, that Gio's got to always push the unmute button on the microphone.
Dude, I'm always like, just because every time we go on a commercial,
15 yards.
Dude, every time we go on break, I just hit that damn mute button. But no, second, third round, Rudy, normally, I think you could still find starters. Not everyone's obviously a starter. Different teams have different needs, but I like the second day because, and I know you want me to bring about the Rams, but the Rams, a lot of their starters, especially on on the offensive line were from day 2 and 3. So
yeah,
you could definitely find some guys.
I hear you, and the pick is in for the Dolphins. We're waiting to see who they select. They could go anyway. I mean, you're talking possibly DeAndre Swift, who we've been mentioning is a possibility for the Dolphins.
I think they should do it, damn it.
I mean, if you're going to take a running back right now, definitely Swift is the guy you want to take at this moment. Again, but if he doesn't go here, I did have him going to Kansas City on one of my mock drafts. I want to say it was probably my first mock draft that I had DeAndre Swift going to Kansas City. That would be a deadly combination.
It really would.
Definitely. I mean, I'm pretty ecstatic if that happens. I'd love to see that offense, but with Miami on the clock, there's just so much talent out there right now. It's really not even funny.
It really is.
you still got tier 1, maybe tier 2, and when I say tier 2, it's no disrespect, but you still got those types of cornerbacks out there. You still got 2 top defensive ends out there that you can go after. You still have a receiver out there, Higgins, right? He still hasn't been selected. Yeah. You still got T. Higgins out there. Running back class is coming up. Xavier McKinney, safety, who we've been mentioning. I figured he would have gone to Dallas earlier. That didn't happen. They went opposite and went offense with CeeDee Lamb. So you still got players out there that are going to be game changers. They're going to make some noise for their prospective teams. What does Miami do? Pretty much at this point, you can grab a dart, go blindfolded, and throw it on the board and see who.
Yeah, you don't quite know what they're going to do.
Exactly. And they can go in so many ways. The Dolphins have had a really good offseason. I mean, signing players, their draft so far.
This is a team that in a few years, they're going to make the playoffs. It's just too much talent.
Do they not make the playoffs next year? You don't have to deal with Brady anymore.
You don't, right? But okay, so the Bills.
I mean, Buffalo's the obvious number 1 choice.
They got to deal with Pittsburgh, Cleveland. Some of those teams are maybe not as high on that playoff list, but they're going to have a chance. It depends how their season starts, because if they get blown out by 60 again in game 1, they're going to have a long season, though. I think give them 2 years, really. Give the Dolphins 2 years. Tua come into his own, and I think the Dolphins could be a team where in a few years we're talking about a playoff team. I don't quite think this year, Rudy. I think it's too early. I mean, crap, you just said the Browns would make the playoffs last year, Rudy, and what the hell happened?
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Why do you got to bring up old stuff?
Rudy, I try to tell you. How many times did I tell you? Not this year. Now, I did get the win total wrong, but nonetheless, I said they would not make the playoffs.
Yeah, you did say. And, we had Jonas Clark here on the show covering the Browns. And, even Jonas admitted that everybody who jumped on the bandwagon last year was about a year too early. He's expecting a lot coming this season.
I think they're going to be a better football team. I think they're going to be on a mission, and that running game is, I think, very special. And if they trade Beckham, if they end up doing it, because I know there were rumors, if they trade Beckham, that actually might be a good thing. Less distracted and let Baker just play football and not have to worry to force feed the ball every time, because as great of a talent he is, he's sometimes trouble.
Well, people tend to forget because everybody's on Nick Chubb right now. You have Kareem Hunt. And let's not forget, we understand what happened with Kareem Hunt off the field. But before that, Kareem Hunt potentially was putting up, massive numbers for Kansas City.
He led the league in rushing a few years ago. Kareem Hunt is a extreme talent. They use him more in receiving, but yeah.
You've got Nick Chubb and Kareem Hunt. You have Odell Beckham and Jarvis Landry. I still think the tight end position can be elite, but I'm not quite sure on the tight end position for Cleveland. The pick did come in. The Miami Dolphins did select. I've got it right here, and
I think he's from. I think he's from Auburn, right?
Yeah, he's from Auburn, and I'm gonna really try my best on this one. Noah Igbenogany, out of Auburn. So they go cornerback. They go with the cornerback that I really wasn't sure they would go first round. But again, like we said before, everybody has their taste in players. 5'10", 3'8", 198 pounds, 38 tackles last season. Noah Agbanabi, I think is what I'm pronouncing it, out of Auburn. Good size. I mean, his arm length is good. He's above average on his speed. I think where he probably is, he probably excels a little bit more is in man-to-man coverage. I don't think he has a whole lot of experience, or he needs to get more experience when it comes to like zone coverages. But if you want a guy that wants to play man-to-man, basically uses his hands correctly, will get his hands on the receiver, make it tough for them to make a play on the ball. Agbanabi's a decent pick here. I can't really say it's anything negative about the pick for Miami. There are better picks out there when it comes to the cornerback selections, but again, you can't discredit what Noah Agbanabi did over at Auburn. Real quick before we get to Gio, Jonas Clark is in here. Beckham is going nowhere. Njoku and Hooper, Cleveland is set at tight end. I did completely forget about Austin Hooper being signed by the Browns. So again, the tight end position, no question about it. Jonas is right. That tight end position is solidified in Cleveland. This Browns team is going to look pretty good. So before I get your thoughts on Agbanabi, let's bring Kevin back in here for the Vikings pick, because apparently the pick is in. So let's see if we've got Kevin here. Kevin, are you still there, buddy?
Yes, sir. What's going on?
Well, but all right, man. So we are at the tail end of the draft, 31st pick. Cornerback did come off the board with Miami. Your boy Gladney is still there. You still got other cornerbacks there. Any change in your thoughts process about where they may go with this pick?
I think we're going Josh Jones. I'm in this draft day betting game. I've been Josh Jones plus for the last 6-7 picks. So I'm gonna go with Josh here. And because we need a tackle for the future. Offensive line been our struggles for a long time, and because these corners, I knew about Noah. I can't say his last name, Noah but I didn't think he was a first round guy. So I'm like, well, my guy's still on the board, so I might as well just wait a little bit longer if I can. So I think Josh Jones, because I think he's falling too. I think it's good value for a tackle. I thought he was going a long time ago. So Josh Jones, maybe. I'll be happy either way.
Okay. And Josh Jones, like I said, does make sense here. I mean, I had Josh Jones going late in the first round. He is first round talent, so it wouldn't be surprising if Minnesota does go that way. I'm kind of on the fence about it. I still think I agree with you when you say that they would go cornerback. So picks coming in. Gio, you got any last second?
They also got tackle from Boise State, Ezra Cleveland, though he might go a little bit later on. That's another pick that they might look at.
Yeah, I think I liked Ezra Cleveland out of Boise State.
Let's go.
So there it is. Hey, man, Kevin called it. He was 100% correct. When
he finally got it.
He wanted Gladney. So I'm not sure if you had him on your draft bet. You said Josh Jones, but Gladney's definitely.
I lost Gladney on the 22nd pick.
Well, hey, Gladney is you're getting one of the top cornerbacks in this draft. I mean, is he super elite? No, he's not Jeff Okudah, but he is a cornerback that you definitely want on your team. Kev, what do you feel? How you feel about the Gladney pick here?
I love it. I think Gladney is a Mike Zimmer guy. I mean, he can do it all. I think he got like good recovery speed in the secondary, so that'll be key. When you play Devontae Adams, you got to play Allen Robinson. You got to play Kenny Golladay, Marvin Jones. You're gonna need somebody who can recover, and those all receivers are all big too. So you got to be able to play the big guys. And he's 5'11", but he got big heart.
Yeah, definitely big heart. He's a hell of a player. Really good cornerback out of TCU. And Gio, you got any thoughts you want to add to the Gladney pick here for Minnesota?
No, I mean has some very good speed, shows some very good instincts as well. He's going to be able to play in coverage. Does have to put on a little bit more weight, but I think it's a very good pick.
Yeah, definitely in that type of, being at the AFC North. You don't have to worry about Trubisky. You've got Rodgers. You got to worry about Stafford is, So, I mean, This is definitely a pick that's going to go a long way for Minnesota.
I'm hoping history repeats itself, and Aaron Rodgers would be a Viking in the near future.
Oh, wow. Okay, so we've
you never know, because Aaron Rodgers is a spiteful person, and I'm sure he'll try to get back at
him. Definitely. So if it does happen, I can honestly say you heard it here first on Sweep the League. Kevin, hey, man, I really appreciate you hanging in there with us tonight. Minnesota did pick late in the evening, but I really do appreciate you coming on. Hope to have you and also Rashad on the show here pretty soon. Maybe we can get you on one of the NFL Draft Day recap shows that we'll be doing.
Okay, no doubt.
All right, brother. I appreciate you. Thanks for coming on, man.
All right, appreciate it.
Uh-huh. All right, Gio. So we are down to the last pick. It's our version of Mr. Irrelevant because we don't do the entire draft. We just do the first
Rudy,
round.
For us to do the entire draft, man.
Yeah, I'd have to be a millionaire. So,
dude, first of all, I mean, I'm pretty good with knowing players, but as the draft goes on in the 5th, 6th, 7th round, it's gonna be like, I've never seen this guy in my life.
So DeAndre Swift, man, I like Kansas City going that.
I really think Kansas City. This is I didn't think he would still be here. This is a perfect fit for a team that needs to improve and run the football, because as much as I love Damian Williams, and obviously Kareem Hunt was here a few years ago, but you add Swift to that mix with Damian, I think it provides a good punch and lightning type of combination for a team that's been inconsistent a lot last season, run the football. I think Swift will provide a little bit more balance, and he's logical, though defense could be another. Though they're the defending champs, so Andy Reid probably goes offense here.
Okay, but say you go offense, you go Swift, you've got so much out there. I mean, you can solidify your defense already.
Well, Rudy, I won't be surprised if they go wide receiver, right? Because Sammy Watkins, let's be real, Rudy, that hasn't worked out too well.
Can you imagine T. Higgins across from Tyreek Hill?
That's what I'm saying, Rudy. Wide receiver is another, because Sammy said he might retire. So Watkins has literally been stealing money from these guys. So go get yourself another receiver, big play threat down the field, and pair him up with the best tight end in football in Travis Kelce. I mean, listen, they're defending champs. You can't go wrong, Rudy. They're just going to add more depth to anything that they already have. So I think receiver would be really interesting. Though they did draft my boy Mecole Hardman. Shout out to Georgia last season. So they may not go receiver here, but I wouldn't be surprised. I would like to see defense. And you know what? Steve Spagnuolo did a pretty good job last season with what the hell he had. So,
the thing with Kansas City that really surprised me was I knew how good of a mind and coach Eric Bieniemy was. I just didn't know how good he truly was.
He's called plays in a lot of games this season. I mean, there was that video going around where he actually was calling plays during a game, and I get it. Andy Reid's the coach, right? But Doug Peterson was never the offensive coordinator. It was always Andy Reid. And guess what? Doug Peterson got a job, right, Rudy? Matt Nagy got a job, right, with the Bears. Why can't he get a job? So
again, I knew he was good. I didn't know how good.
Rudy, he's a very good mind, and he's gonna get a job eventually.
Well, yeah, I figured he would have had a job this offseason.
Yeah.
I really truly did, but nonetheless, the type of offense, if you add a T. Higgins to this already explosive offense, can we just crown him again?
Yeah, no, I mean, listen, it's just a rich getting richer, Rudy.
But, and you're looking at this draft. I mean, you still got elite cornerbacks out there, even though you had Igbenogany and Gladney go the last two picks. You still got a Trayvon Diggs out there. You still got Jalen Johnson out there. I mean, Christian Fulton's still out there. You want safeties, you still got Xavier McKinney You've got Grant Delpit from LSU still out there. You went edge rushers, defensive edge. You got Gross Matos. You have Epineza still out there. Which way do you go? I mean, you want explosive running backs? You've got DeAndre Swift, J.K. Dobbins, Jonathan Taylor.
Rudy, their defense always plays second fiddle. So they're going to always want to outscore you. So just go offense here. I mean, it really doesn't matter because Patrick Mahomes is back there slinging it all the time. So get him some more help, as if he needs more help. But go out there and get him some more help.
How much more help does a guy need? He's got a Super Bowl in his second year as a player.
Dude, I remember when he was drafted, and I told these people he's going to be special, and people laughed. Oh, he just looked like.
So the pick is in, and it wasn't DeAndre Swift, but it was a running back. It was out of LSU, Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
All right. A lot of LSU guys, Rudy.
I know. I can get behind this pick.
I really could, Rudy. I actually could get behind this pick.
I mean, you really could get behind this pick. You're talking about a guy, 215 attempts last season, 1,414 yards, 16 touchdowns. And it's funny, he was a part of one of the most explosive offensives last season. Oh, let me go ahead and get drafted to one of the most explosive offenses this season in Kansas City. I mean, we talked about them going running back. We said DeAndre Swift was the man there, but when you've got Joe Burrow throwing you the ball in LSU and as your QB, a very high intellectual quarterback, and now you're going to Kansas City with Patrick Mahomes, it makes perfect sense. I mean, this kid is not he's not a chump, put it that way.
Oh, no.
This kid is a player. So what do you think on this move? I like this move. I'm actually surprised.
I really like the move. And whether it's Swift or not, Rudy, I had a feeling running back was going to be it because they just wanted to add more depth. At that position has been kind of lacking. But Rudy, he's a 3-down back. He's also very creative inside. You watch some of his games at LSU. He's just very creative in how he kind of moves with the ball. Speed, he can bounce outside very well. He's not the prototypical size, Rudy, right? He's not your bell cow. Probably fits more in a committee role, which Kansas City has been doing as of late. So I think he fits very well. And Rudy, he was productive. I mean, he had 1,400 yards, 16 touchdowns. Yeah, he had Joe Burrow. But guess what, Rudy? He's going to have Patrick Mahomes. So he's literally going to richer in less than a year. And, I mean, he broke 70 tackles. I mean, Rudy, he's – I'm not saying he's going to be Jamal Charles of this offense, but –
he has the potential to.
He has the potential to be kind of like a Maurice Jones-Drew. He's a thick type of dude, real thick. So this is – another win for Kansas City in my book. And, Rudy, they're going to be the favorite to get to the Super Bowl again.
Yeah, a pick like this is definitely one that could send them back to, back to the Super Bowl. I mean, this is the kind of pick that you, as a Kansas City fan, if you are a Kansas City fan, you're jumping up and down. This whole draft was filled with teams jumping up and down. They pretty much they're all excited, man. The only couple, like I said, the only kind of head scratchers was seeing Arnett go early, and even Jordan Love. I mean, not a head scratcher. You don't pass up talent like that, but for him to go to Green Bay when Green Bay had other needs.
Rudy, what do you think Aaron Rodgers was thinking when he saw that pick? Do you think he was pissed?
I think the relationship is broken between coach and quarterback.
I think that
if it's not traded.
Well, yeah, if the pick's not traded, because Rudy, there were already rumors that Aaron Rodgers and Matt LaFleur were already not going too well this season, and I get a feeling that we're starting to see the end, Rudy, of Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay. Yeah, possibly. And I won't be surprised, Rudy, if listen, don't think that there won't be any some team out there thinking they could trade for Aaron Rodgers. They'll be surprised.
And yeah, I mean, you said it was the end of a career. Guess what? It is the end of this draft show.
Wait,
2020
I thought
NFL
we were doing
draft.
round 2, Rudy.
I am not doing round 2. Thank God round 2 is tomorrow, because for round 1, this is the end of the NFL draft. Gio and I did it again. We did it last year for the first time. This is the second year we do it. I am going to push very hard for us to do round 2 next year as well. I have Chris screaming in my ear, so I doubt that'll happen.
Chris is cursing in my ear right now as we speak. He's doing profane words and calling me a chimp.
Yeah, so this was a fun night, man. You still got a lot of guys out there. Tomorrow with day 2, it's going to be amazing. You still got a lot of talent out there. It's almost going to be almost like a first round again for the second round.
There's a ton of talent. I can't wait for my Rams. They have 2 picks in the second round, and I can't wait. This is a team that the Rams are, I think, in a good spot to get some very good players, because we need to replace some people. So it's going to be good.
For sure. So we're done, man. We'd finished the first round. We said it was 4 hours. If you didn't believe us when we say it's a 4-hour show. We do this for 4 hours. We're not the big network. We're not the big
We do it for you people, for the people.
We do it for everybody out there. So for Coach Gio, for the man behind the glass, I was always say the man behind the glass, Chris Galler, I'm Rudy Campos Jr.
You know what? Before we leave, I did pretty well with my picks this year.
Yes, you did. I will let you brag about that on the recap show, because
I think I did really better than last season.
I think you actually did about the same, which you did really good last season. So I would say about the same. But yeah, be sure to look out for our NFL draft recap show. Probably be coming this weekend, or if not this weekend, maybe next week. We will have the recap show, go over all of the picks. Well, not all of them, but we'll go over some draft grades, stuff like that. Special thanks to our guests, Billy Woodward, Kevin, Jonas Clark, Colby Mack, the legend Colby Mack, and as always, our dear friend, Carolina Teague from She Knows Best. Be sure to follow all those guys on Twitter. We gave you all their Twitter handles. For myself, you can follow me at Sweep the League. For Coach Gio, it's at Gio in the City on Twitter. This has been the 2020 NFL Draft Sweep the League special. Till next season, we bid you goodbye.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for watching. We hope you had a great time. I know we did. Be sure to check us out at Sweep the League on Facebook. Rudy Campos, you can find him on Twitter at Sweep the League. And Coach Gio at Gio in the City on Twitter. Thank you again for watching, and we'll see you next time.